Oh, yeah. Okay. Sorry. This is luxurious. They do this for like the old dying jazz musicians, you know? Oh, I love this.
Yeah, I feel like you need to have like a cigarette and and we should just do this sort of like like an Ed Sullivan type thing, or who was the other guy? Allen, something Allen.
The comedy guy.
Yeah, the one who had the old style talk show like before
Yes.
like Carson.
Oh no!
Yeah.
I thought you were talking I mean, of Gracie and Allen.
No, I think he was just by himself.
Yeah, no. But then later he was joined by his wife on another show.
Okay.
And they were a duo, and that's where that line "Say goodnight, Gracie" is from. And then
okay, yeah.
I'm pretty sure that was Allen. I'm trying to remember his first name. Fuck.
Yeah, I don't know why I can't think of it. It's not Edward Allen.
So he was in Burns and Allen as well, and I can't remember George.
Yeah.
I remember George Burns, but I can't fucking remember
Yeah.
Allen. God damn it! Fuck me using a fuck machine that fucks really good. This is embarrassing. This is like the thing. Like I never get like you know how there's some people like they want to be an expert on something they can't accept when they don't know a thing. I'm feeling that now.
Sounds like
I never really feel that way.
Oh, really? That's actually shocking.
His name was George Burns.
George Burns.
No, we know George Burns.
We know George
Okay.
Burns. He was Allen.
And Gracie Allen show. That's
Okay, Burns and Allen. I thought you were talking about someone more.
That's the television show
Burns and
is
Allen.
George Burns and Gracie Allen. Yeah.
Well.
Okay.
Well,
I might think of a different person.
Fucked up. Yeah,
Hold
I
on.
don't know who you're thinking of.
Yeah. It's fine. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
We'll get this started.
But I would. You don't. Julian, hello, everybody. It's me, Bing Crosby. Julian doesn't.
Well,
Bing Crosby.
God
Julian
damn it,
doesn't
Hey.
like Christmas shoes.
Hey,
Play
just for the context. Gracie Allen was married to George Burns. So.
Oh, because he would say goodnight, Gracie.
Yes,
Yeah.
That's the joke.
So there you go.
Yeah. All right.
But Julian, I don't know why that's not the answer to what you're thinking about for talk show. I mean, Ed Sullivan, before him, the Groucho Marx.
There's a guy that I'm thinking of that had thick black rimmed glasses that was like around that time, that it was like the old it wasn't I don't think it was at a desk. I think he was just on a couch, and they the other person was on a couch, and it was I don't know. I can see him in my head, but I can't think of the name. I could have sworn his last name was Allen, but it doesn't matter. We will start the show.
Okay, fine.
Why doesn't Julian like Christmas? Well,
God damn it, Mike! I'm trying to start the goddamn show. We're going to be here all night at this rate.
Well, it's a long story. Are you recording yet?
We've been recording, but I would like to start the show.
Why can't it start with Bing Crosby? Why does it have to start with your thing?
because it's the first
hey
game
there,
of the year.
Julian. Hi, folks. Come on in to my game of the year.
Don't make me regret inviting you on the show and not having you back next year.
The fire's roaring, and everybody's just hunkering down for the night for game of the year eve. Oh, me.
I don't like Mike Fallek relaxed in a couch.
It's good. I'm into it. I'm into it. This is good.
Well, me. I figured I'd pour myself a glass of scotch and amphetamines and sit by the piano and just. It's
a good glass.
Beginning to look a lot. Oh, hi there. It's other game of the year eve party invitee, Justin Ham.
Oh, hi,
Justin. Would you sing along with me? Look like Christmas. Everywhere you go.
Yep.
Join in, Justin.
I'm doing it. This is me. I'm doing the yeah. I
gotcha. Oh!
Yeah, I'm the hype man.
If it ain't our host for the evening. What was Bing Crosby with Bojangles? Hold on. Well, howdy. Hi. What am I doing now? I lost Bing. It's just boodly-doo,
we should all lose Bing.
Jazz. Now I'm fucking
Nobody wants
back
Bing.
in it. Oh, I can see our Grinch of the evening is here. Julian.
Welcome, one and all, to the Stage Select. I'm Julian Titus.
I don't know the second verse, and there's something and da-da-da,
And we're joined by special catastrophe guest, Mike Fallek.
Mm-hmm.
That's when you should talk, Mike. Whoa. It's when you're fucking introduced.
I'm gonna fucking die. My mic is too close because I'm sitting on this couch and I was peeking too much. What?
Well, what are you gonna do?
What, Julian? What did you just say? I don't know. I'm lost.
I said that's when you should talk.
What? What did you say before that? I don't fucking know what we're talking about.
I was trying to introduce the goddamn show with our goddamn guests.
Did you expect it to go any other way?
Honestly, yes. I thought he would afford us a modicum of decorum, considering this is Game of the Year. He literally said before we started recording, "I'm so honored to be on this show."
Yep. That did happen.
Then he's just like, "But I'm going to run roughshod over the entire goddamn proceeding."
Look what I've given you. Excuse me.
He gave us the gift of thing.
Look what the thing that I gave you. That was the thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
That's right.
You mean the thing that's gonna be an outtake at the end of the episode?
Are you kidding me? Are you really going to do that? That's cruel.
No.
That's cruel. That's mean. Anyway, what did you call me in the intro? I heard you introduce me. What did you say? You said guest.
Our special catastrophic guest.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey, anyway. Hi.
Okay. No. Yeah.
It's gonna be this. It's gonna be this kind of show. Here we go.
Yes. It is the first week of our Game of the Year spectacular. This is the first true Game of the Year proceedings of the Stage Select. Our second episode was kind of us doing like our kind of Game of the Year stuff for the previous year, but that was kind of how we used to kind of do it on the old show, Nerds Without Pants. But here, we really wanted to go bigger with it. Mm-hmm. And a big thing for that is that Justin and I were longtime fans of Giant Bomb in the olden days when it was the original crew.
Yeah.
And we really liked the way they used to do their Game of the Year stuff, which was, like a week-long endeavor where it would be like multiple long deliberation episodes with like a lot of like categories, both serious and fun, culminating with a top 10 list for the year that they would make a agreed upon ordered list of, which we will be doing that, but we want to go back to that idea of like having some serious categories, some dumb fun ones, and we'll see how it evolves over the years, but this is our first stab at it. We have 3 categories for this week, which are almost tailor-made for our friend Mike Fallek. First off, we will be tackling the best game not released in 2024, which I'll get into more detail in a second. After that, we'll be discussing the subject. We played it for the story, aka best porn game.
Yep.
That'll be the second award we hand out. And closing out this week will be best looking game.
Yep.
And so starting off with best game not released in 2024, the criteria on this one is it has to be a game that you played this year for the first time, that was not released in 2024. That's about it. So that means, for example, Justin can't pick Skyrim. I can't pick Final Fantasy XIV because we've played those in previous years, even though they are games that we play every year, to some extent, pretty much without fail.
Can I interject something on this subject before we even start it on that topic? I don't know if you guys know that my game like that is Outer Worlds. Have I ever mentioned that to you guys?
I mean, we haven't gotten to the.
No, but I'm saying the game I can't mention.
Oh,
right.
Well, I know you've talked about it in the past.
Yeah.
But I didn't know it was one that you have gone back to repeatedly.
I'm on my 5th. I'm about to beat it for the 5th time.
Wow.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
It's turning into your Mass Effect.
Well, there you go.
100%. I just love that fucking game. Like, it's just so good. And so I can't mention it in this category, but like, if you guys ever have a game of the generation conversation, I truly would like a discussion of Outer Worlds from you. I would love to hear it from you guys to really dig in more. Because it's so, it's so good.
We'll definitely be doing something like that once we get to that point, which actually won't be probably that long into this show, honestly. Like, I think, people are saying like maybe 2027, 2028. So that's not really not that far
would have been
into the show.
Outer Worlds, or is it Worlds or Outer Worlds, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I get confused because it came out the same time as Outer
I guess that
Worlds.
was last gen, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was last gen. That's what I mean. Yeah.
You're right. Yeah. Oh, but Outer Worlds 2 should be out.
Outer Worlds 2
then.
should be for sure.
Yeah. Just kind of to kick things off, Justin does not have anything to nominate for this category.
I racked my brain. I got nothing.
Stop. Yeah. How can that be fucking true?
I didn't play anything that I haven't already played that didn't come out already come out this year.
Is that confirmed is that confirmed by your Steam? Like, is that actually confirmed on Steam?
Yeah, pretty sure.
All of them? Every single game.
Probably, except for like some porn games.
But then that has to count. We're about to talk about the porn category. Like, there has to.
Well, yeah, but
but nothing I would nominate here.
I guess you could nominate Castlevania 2.
It's all
I could nominate Castlevania 2. I could nominate Bioforge.
Why are those not? That's games you play.
Because they're fucking awful, Mike.
Yeah.
Well, not Castlevania 2. Castlevania 2 is fine, but
I'm taking it seriously now. Like, that's what I'm saying.
No, I know.
Like, I'm taking this seriously. It doesn't matter, Julian, that he doesn't like any of them. I'm now pitching to Julian to get justice on this. It matters that he played. It has to be the best game you played. It's right. Isn't it best game you played? So you did play a game. It doesn't matter that they all sucked.
Michael. I didn't play anything from outside of 2024 that I haven't already played. I can name pretty much every outside of 2024 game that I played. It was like XCOM 2. Pretty sure I played Skyrim at some point, and I'm pretty sure I played The Sims 4. And that's about it.
That's very
all the old games I played. And
that's kind of always been Justin. Like, as long as I've known him, is that he's always on to the next thing. Like, always
and when I'm not, it is like the same couple games that I'm gonna go back to, and usually because they like Sims puts out new stuff, but that doesn't count.
Okay.
Which isn't to say that he won't be participating in this part. Because the idea here is
I just
we're
thought
going
it was
to
noteworthy. I didn't want to move past it.
Yes.
That wasn't a noteworthy comment.
Nope. You're right to do that. But I racked my brain. I looked at everything that I played this year, and nothing from outside of this year.
Very impressive. It's deeply impressive.
Yeah, because he's a Time Lord, and he finishes the games like almost immediately, and then he's on to the next thing. And does he play everything? No, but but the stuff that he's interested in playing, like he plays and finishes, and in a record amount of time. And then
Julian, will you put that music that they have that from Watchmen? That's like. Bung, 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 bung. It's like a classic sonata over me saying this.
No.
I am just
in Ham.
It is 2024. I am playing the newest pony porn game on Steam. At the same time, I am getting a beer from a girl in a research center.
Mm-hmm.
When I first experienced the accident, I could feel myself being and then I played. What's some other shit you play? Winter Boy?
I don't know.
What was the one with Today's Football?
That was Pantsu Hunter forever ago. Yeah.
You guys not like Watchmen as a movie?
No, I love it.
It's fine.
You didn't think Justin as Dr. Manhattan fit for the lore of the show?
No, I thought it was good.
Because if I come on here and I make Time Lord jokes, I mean, how many people are going to get Time Lord jokes? This is a new show.
Most of our audience.
Oh, come on, really?
I think our audience is probably likely to get Time Lord jokes more than a reference to Watchmen.
Isn't every
I'm not going to lie.
Aren't the majority of the audience they don't watch Doctor Who? If they're younger than you guys, they don't watch Doctor Who. No way.
I think we've got a pretty good amount of Who. We got some comic book fans too.
There's a lot of people that watch that show.
I feel like I hear a lot of comic book fans when this show gets talked about.
Also true.
I feel like
when does this show get talked about?
That's true.
TMZ.
Oh yeah, obviously.
Obviously, yeah.
All right. All that to get to the point that what we're trying to do here with each category is we're going to have a winner and then two runners up is the goal. So right now for best game not released in 2024, we only have my nominations, and then we're going to get Mike's in a second. So what I have is the Nirvana Initiative, which is the sequel.
You have the title wrong. It's the Somnium Files, the Nirvana
that's right.
Initiative.
Somnium Files, the Nirvana Initiative. Thank you.
I meant to correct that when I was doing stuff, and then I forgot. So
okay, no problem. Videoverse, Diablo 4, and This Bed We Made. that's what I've got. Mike, what would you like to add to this category?
Okay, so like, I have my Switch out right now because I play a lot of shit like this, and I should probably get my other.
Okay, well,
Switch as well.
Keeping in mind, like it doesn't have to be like everything that you played, just stuff that you feel is good enough to nominate.
Well, I want my way of talking this through is to talk about all the shit I played this year. The best of them. I'm not going to list fucking whatever this shit is. Tools Up. It does look good though. But I'm just going to say Disney Speedstorm. I did play that this year.
There you go.
Yeah, you played Disney Speedstorm?
No.
Someone needs to get fired over Disney Speedstorm. Disney Speedstorm is like the Mario Kart of the Disney World.
Right.
It just does not play.
Yeah.
Okay, then why are we talking about it?
We're talking about it because I'm trying to say I'm not going to talk about Disney Speedstorm. Did I? Think back on it. Did I talk about it at all?
Yeah, you did.
When?
Actually.
Okay.
Just now.
Yeah. I did do that. Okay. Here are my nominations.
Okay.
And how many do I get? Sorry, I get 3.
No, you get as many as you want. I would just say like don't list single thing that you played this year.
Yeah, because you're gonna have to end up.
That you think
Julian,
is worthy
I'm trying to
of
accommodate.
talking
Give me a number.
There's no number.
Okay.
Like,
Here's the games I want to talk about.
Okay, there you go.
With you guys together. Pokemon Unite.
Okay.
Okay.
One Night Burlesque.
The Pokemon MOBA.
I'm sorry, what was the second one?
One Night Burlesque.
Okay.
Unpacking.
Okay.
And this is my most controversial one I'm going to throw in here at the end, which is Starlink. Battle for Atlas.
Oh. With the like the toy, right? The ship? Okay.
Yeah. Those would be my nominees. Stuff that didn't get on here. I played a lot of escape games this year, like just escape room games where you like are in a spooky house and it's like, how do you get these puzzles done? Yeah, I mean basically, that's really all I played. Other than playing Outer Worlds a million times.
Right.
Yeah. Skyrim.
All right.
I did play this year as well.
Did you play it for the first time?
No. I'm literally still at my same. I've never even made a new save with my Skyrim for the past like 3 years at this point. Almost. No, it's like 5. I'm still playing it. I still play through and grind because I do the soul gem stuff. So it's just so fun to try and like basically build it up where you can just one hit kill or enchant some fucking shit and just win via that. I played a lot of Tears of the Kingdom this year. That's all I played really, to be honest, other than in social settings.
I mean, you can nominate that.
Yeah.
But,
I played it when it came out. I bought it like day one.
Fair.
Right.
Okay. What were my fucking games? One Night Burlesque is like a thing I definitely know people haven't heard of on the show, but I actually think you two specifically would love.
I immediately looked it up when you said that because I had no idea what the hell it was.
It's a great game. I haven't finished it yet, but it's a fantastic game where you play a burlesque nightclub waitress who is slightly psychic. And she wakes up and there's a bit of drama and she can't really tell what the motives are. And so you go around and you talk to people, and every once in a while, if you want, you can play this kind of psychic link game, but that has consequences too. It's a great game. It all takes place in a nightclub. It's very noir. It's straight up visual novel. It was very inspiring to play. It was very inspiring for me personally to play. It made me feel like there's people out there that want cooler visual novels that are telling stories through this stuff. It was really cool. It was really committed. It was not too self-aware in any way. It was great.
Right.
I loved it. Everyone should play.
That sounds cool.
It's like
it actually looks really. This looks pretty cool. It's $12.99 on Steam. I'm gonna add that to my wish list.
Yeah, but wait a day.
Really cool.
It'll be on sale.
Oh yeah.
Too much. Seriously.
I just added it to my wish list, so now it'll tell me when it's on sale. So yeah.
One thing I learned in making my game while we're talking on that is like it is crazy how much Steam sales affect people.
Oh yeah.
We had a lot of marketing for the we had a bunch of we had some issues with marketing, but like we had a bunch of marketing for the Poltergeist game and had a period of like people getting it out there and getting stuff. But Steam was always the place where people bought it the most, and any change in price, and it was wish listed to a crazy degree that I was like, wow, this is nuts. But like anytime there was a drop in price, we would get at least a few sales. No matter the drop. It was very interesting.
Yep.
I've also heard that historically, like the game, like games that are on like a Steam sale will also see like increased sales after the sale ends, just because it tends to get the game kind of like back in circulation, so to speak. And so yeah, it's kind of interesting.
I don't know. I mean, I have very limited experience in this field, so I can't say. That was just the only thing that I learned. That was very interesting.
Oh yeah, I believe it.
I mean, it was like you would look at a platform where you're like, this is nothingness, or why would this increase something on this? We've done nothing, and it's just like, oh,
right,
little sale price, little gift certificate time or whatever. So yeah, I've noticed how much like I'm not really affected by like most sales, but like I am affected by seeing games under $5. I will say that.
Me
I'm very
too.
Attracted to those. I'd rather own. I'd rather, if I had any system, own 2 AAA games and then every other cent I spend on that game system being under $5.
I recently bought every single what was it? It's ridiculous because I'm never gonna even play these fucking things, but I still bought it because they were all basically that. All the Arcane Studios games in like a pack.
What are those?
Because they were cheap. They're the people that made like Dishonored and like Deathloop and all that stuff.
But that means like you bought like, I didn't know whether the way you were describing it, you bought like Deathloop again and Dishonored again or whatever.
Yep, there were. Oh, I didn't own Dishonored and Dishonored 2, and it also came with what was it, like Dark Messiah of Magic, which is hilarious, and like Prey and Redfall if I ever want to mess with that, and some game called Arx Fatalis, which I've never honestly heard of.
I think some game by them came with Arx Fatalis. That makes sense.
Probably did.
I love Dishonored.
Hard to say.
Have you never played Dishonored?
No, never messed with it.
Dishonored's fucking rad, man.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Well, it was on a Steam sale for like, I think it was like $60 for the whole pack, and I was like, yeah, why not? Why not? That's who cares?
I wonder where Dishonored.
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
I wonder where Dishonored falls in the minds of the average gamer right now.
It doesn't.
Yeah, I know. That's weird to me. That's so weird to me. Anyone that like tries to deny that game's impact is delusional.
I mean, that studio is known for failure. Like they're like platinum games. Like Dishonored 1 sold well, and then nothing they've released since has done well, like at all.
Weird.
To the point that. So I was thinking about this the other day, right? That Blade movie is on indefinite hold.
Yeah.
That Blade game that Arcane Leon is making is fucked.
I don't think that. I definitely don't think that.
Again, I as I said, like even then, like when they announced it, like they're going to need it to do Spider-Man numbers, and Blade's not going to do Spider-Man numbers.
No, it's probably not.
And so they're done after that game. If that game comes out, which I also doubt that.
I bet it'll come out. If they're going to spend the money for that franchise, that'll come out.
They may have to.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I guarantee it'll. Yeah,
obligated.
Yeah,
I could see that. I got to chime in here. I could see that game fucking destroying numbers. Are you kidding? Like,
it's possible.
I think that there's something they could easily do if you're like, because I would go to them. Not that I know anything. I would, in my pretend fantasy mind, would be like, okay, give us some of the money that you were going to advertise that fucking movie with. You could do something viral. You could do, seriously, I hate saying something dumb like that, but like, you just need one thing to happen for Blade to get into people's minds, for people to be like, yeah, I'm going to buy a Blade game.
Yeah.
If anything, the movie not coming out helps it more, because people are like, well, yeah, because people will be like, well, I really wanted that Blade thing, but I guess there's this video game that maybe that'll help it.
Yeah, maybe.
Instead of the movie coming out being not good or a disappointment in some way, and then there's this video game and like, it's Blade. Yeah, Blade sucks now. Now you still have the old Wesley Snipes thing to go with it, and you can live in your nostalgia and do that.
Yeah.
So if anything, I think it maybe helps it.
We'll see.
Yeah.
I'm hopeful for that game because they said all the right things for me as a person who has not vibed with any of their previous games. The fact that it's third person and, like the idea of like the character of Blade fits into their game style really well.
All right. Anyway, doesn't matter.
You're right.
Best game not released in 2024. All right.
I should mention. I actually do. I did know Pokemon Unite. I just forgotten the
yeah, it's been a while. That was the MOBA that came out.
I'm just gonna.
Oh, you want to go one for one? I love it.
Well, I was just gonna say right off the bat that Diablo 4 doesn't make it. Like, just straight up, I think Diablo 4 is boring as shit. Even after like the reworking of it this year, which I thought that would get me into the game, and I have gotten extremely sleepy within 10 minutes of every time that I fire that game up.
Okay.
There is something about it that is just too slow and there's like,
yes, I played this. Yeah, too slow. It also didn't make mine. I played that. I played that this year. You're right. It's slow. Yeah. It just like everything was like, it wasn't slow to the point where you're like, look at how slow this is. It's like after like 3 hours, you're like, move a little faster. Like, progress a little faster. Everything was, I agree.
Yeah, it takes a while. I remember I didn't get into it either.
For me, it was my first Diablo, so I was kind of pretty satisfied with it, to be honest. But I could see if you've been playing this type of game for a long time, being very dissatisfied.
I mean, just as like an example, like, I think I think it was probably like 7 or 8 hours that I played Diablo 4. I think I might have gotten to like level 8 or something like that. And like in that same amount of time on a Diablo 3 character, like starting from scratch, I'm like level 30 something.
Yeah.
And it's just flying and I'm just like mowing through enemies. And a big thing also on a knock against Diablo 4 for me is their decision to have all the enemies scale and level with you. So you never really feel like you're getting stronger. Like the enemies are always going to take about the same amount of hits to go down, no matter when you're level 1 or level 20 or whatever like that. And so you never have that moment of just like, I'm going to hit this button and everything in like 20 feet around me is going to fall down.
Right.
Is that true though with backtracking and stuff? That's still true? I guess I didn't notice it. Okay. That's interesting.
Yeah. I don't know if they've changed it since I played it, but that's definitely how it was when I was playing it.
Missed.
Yeah. Maybe if they keep working on it, like I'll go back. But I also think that like they really focused on story in a way that I do not give a shit about. Like, as much I'm a big story and video games guy, I could not be bothered with the story in the Diablo series. I don't care. I just want to go in there and mow down demons and get fat loot.
So, but why did you pay attention to it? This is my question. This always gets brought up on the show. Listen, I'm new. This is a new podcast, so people can know it. Yeah, like I love story games, like that Burlesque show. But like, why do you pay it? Why does that affect its game of the yearness for you? Well, I skipped it. It was my first Diablo, and I skipped the story because I knew I knew what the deal was. I'm just gonna smash stuff.
It's a small part of it here. Like for this one, the bigger part is that I just find it a boring game to play. But I think that also factors into the fact that like it wanted to stop me so often to spit story at me, and some of it you can't skip. Some of it is just like you're in the main game part, and people are just like talking at you for a really long time. And you can button through the dialogue, but it's still like a lot of dialogue to button through before it's finally like, okay, now I can go about my business. So yeah, it just doesn't stick for me.
Can I ask a weird question? By the way, now that I've finished all the Mass Effects, I've mentioned this to both of you. I would love to, whether we do it here or on someone else's show, like talk all about Mass Effect. Because I have so many questions. That has been a game that like I've been dying to talk to you two about for hours. But I had a question on this based on what you're saying with Diablo 4. When you replay Mass Effect, like you were saying, you have to button through all those things. Do you listen to everyone, or do you just kind of go around and like? And I want to know the same with Justin and Skyrim. Like, do you basically, if you play through a game like that a bunch, you basically know like, oh, they're telling me this story. Okay, blah 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 blah. But do you do that, Julian? I feel like you wouldn't.
On Mass Effect, I listen to all the dialogue every time because I may know it, but that Shepard doesn't know it. So that shepherd has to learn that information.
Julian fully immerses himself in
I've heard you say
game,
that
especially
before,
in RPG.
but I didn't know if that meant that then you didn't do side stuff. Like I didn't really know if I interpreted that statement as like, yeah, I said, are you role playing it? Yeah, you're like, here I am. Like I'm this person. I did this thing. Like yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's so cool. And every version of Shepherd that I've made, you know, has like different like motivations and you know, like my first Renegade Shepherd, I was like, okay, she hates the Krogan. She is like Kirk with the Klingons in like the original series. Like she fucking hates the Krogan. There. Yeah, so like racism. You know, she had no qualms about gunning down Rex in the first game. She never activated Grunt in the second game because she was like, no, fuck a Krogan on the team. Like I don't want that. Mm-hmm. Like that was kind of her character. But no, yeah. I've played through Mass Effect 1 10 times. And I have 100%ed it every time. I've done every side quest that I could. Every single time. But I will say that the exception to that is if I am replaying the game as the same Shepherd, which has happened on a couple occasions. In that case, I kind of do the Cliff's Notes version, where I kind of just get the dialogue that gets me to the side quests. I still do all the side quests, but I don't necessarily need to exhaust every single bit of dialogue with every single NPC. But that's the only time that is different.
Yeah. For me,
do you hammer through?
Depends. Usually it's I'll let them go until I remember what their deal is, and then I'll kind of start reading it. And I'm guilty of this even in new games. If I start reading ahead of the dialogue, like where they're at talking wise, I'll hit the button, because I can a lot of the time read faster than they're talking. So yeah. But
I like
it
to
depends.
hear the performances, so
yeah.
I try not to read ahead. I try to look at the characters.
If it's something I'm playing for the first time, I really try not to, unless I start to get really annoyed with the story or like not interested in it. Then I start doing that. It just depends on the game. It is really game to game. Skyrim, for example, I don't give a shit what they have to say. Like it's just not.
Yeah, you've got thousands of hours at this point.
It's not. And even if I didn't, it's not that interesting. Every now and then I'll let it go, and like some stuff you can't skip because it's like in world or whatever.
The opening, that's the worst part whenever you want to start a new Skyrim character.
Oh yeah, that's why you mod in the skip the fucking opening every time and don't even bother with it. That's how you do it.
Okay, 2 TikToks though that have come up in the same story. Justin, I sent you that TikTok of that person redoing the opening of Skyrim, but it's all like leet speak, like skibbity and shit.
Okay.
I wanted you to see. You guys don't have TikTok. I don't care about you making TikTok. There's so much good nerd facts and nerd just jokes on TikTok that you don't have to it's not like Reddit where you have to like, oh, hey guys, as you know, I make fucking Caterpie memes. It's like, I don't want to know these people. So you just scroll through randomly and you just get fandom memes and it's amazing.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, I'm on my phone too much as it is, so I'm.
Yeah, but you're doing shit. Exactly. You're doing bullshit. Instead, you could be having awesome game facts. Trying to tell you, there's a part of the internet you're not enjoying.
Instead, you could be doing other bullshit.
But okay, listen, I'm saying like you like podcasts, you like this bullshit stuff you do on the internet. Sure, you take shits. Like this is something to do.
Yeah, no, I scroll through Reddit actually.
Yeah, I read.
And then they show me like relevant TikToks.
Julian, I'm only on issue 3. Are you reading mainline X-Men? Like the X-Men currently?
No, I'm not current. No, fuck that shit.
Why?
No,
it's
I'm reading.
good.
I'm reading the Claremont run. I have
awesome.
I have not been able to enjoy. I have tried multiple times to get back into X-Men.
Me too.
Since I stopped reading it, or like back in like 2000 or whatever.
Me too.
The only thing that I got back into that I really enjoyed
that era,
was Jason Aaron's Wolverine and the X-Men, but it got completely destroyed by the AVX crossover. And so then I just dropped the book because it just kept getting diverted by bullshit. And
it is so weird. I was telling my girlfriend about that, about like it's like Spider-Man, like reading Spider-Man. It'd be crazy how many times you would read Spider-Man and she'd be like, oh, like this superhero is just in this comic book for the next like 4 to 6 issues, like just full ass on the cover, just a random person. It's weird how many comic books get ruined by events and stuff. Like lines.
Yeah, I'm not talking about like a crossover so much as just like the actual like the events of that book messing up the book I was reading. Anyway, we have only eliminated one game from this category.
Yes.
All right, yo. So listen, here's what else I played. I played Pokemon Unite. I played Unpacking. You guys played Unpacking. Unpacking's adorable.
Yep. It's great.
It is.
Incredible game. Incredible game.
I ultimately didn't continue with it, but I recognize like how cool it is.
Yeah, I finished it. It was great.
Yeah. We're about like 70% there. It's pretty great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pokemon Unite. So not much to say about Unpacking. I think everybody gets what Unpack. I mean, you guys you haven't talked about it on this show though.
Not on this show.
You seemed
no.
very impacted by it on the last show. I have to
say.
Yeah,
it was great. I really liked it. Yeah, I can't. It's been a while, so I can't remember every detail of it. But I remember really doing a great job of telling a story without actually just sitting there and hand feeding you dialogue and stuff like that. Like it was really awesome.
Like the epitome of environmental storytelling,
yes,
right? Like
absolutely.
It's literally the environment that's
awesome.
all you're interacting with.
Yep.
It was pretty incredible how much just seeing stuff and hearing things could pull on your heartstrings. I mean, it's just basically reading a list. It's pretty crazy. Pokemon Unite. Let's talk about it for a second. So listen.
Is it good?
All right. No, it's not good. Listen. Doesn't mean that it doesn't deserve to be the best game I played this year.
That's not from this year.
Well, yeah. I fully have sunk many hours into that game. I full ass got because I don't know if I've talked about this. Let me sit up now. I don't know if I've talked about this on this show before, but I had this really weird entertainment media journalism theory for a while, which was that if esports were going to exist, then the top esports games don't need to be played by me because I should be able to enjoy it just like I enjoy sports. Most people have never stepped on a hockey rink. Many people watch hockey. A lot of people have kicked a soccer ball a little bit, but like not as many as watch the game. So it's like, okay, I've never played. I didn't have internet good enough to play online when those games came out, like when they were big at their hype, like League of Legends and oh my god, no way I would have been able to play what's it called? Dota is another one I wouldn't have been able to play on the internet as fast. What was the other, like older, the one that's like
StarCraft or
StarCraft? Yeah, when I was a kid, I understand. I didn't even have a friend who PC gamed that could be like, come over and play it. You know, if I did, they were like not gonna let me play with their like StarCraft PC. They were that type of person, you know. So, my theory was great. I've never played them. They should be saying, this is the type of shit I think about all day, by the way. They should be saying, if this is esports, but then you're trying to say I can take my mom and my dad down to the Brooklyn Nets arena and we can go watch Dota. I mean, that should be as entertaining because most people, even if they don't watch sports, if someone's like, do you want to come with me to this NFL, this NHL, this NBA game? You know, whatever.
Yeah.
A lot of people will say yes. You're trying to tell me, oh, you can just go out and it's esports. It'll be as big as sports. It's the next big thing. So that was a theory I could test. And so I would watch League of Legends and Dota tournaments, and watch like tutorials on how the game worked. But I would just watch them to try. And my whole thing was like, I'm never going to play them. Even when I know I'll fix my internet, I'm not going to play them because that should be the thing. So then recently I binged through all of Billy and Dom's podcast, the Friendship Onion. The guys from Lord of the Rings.
Oh yeah.
Right.
And they and Elijah Wood and one other person they know really likes League of Legends. And so I was like, okay, I'll play League of Legends. And I downloaded it, and I think I had played like one game or two. But it has this weird feature on PC where you have to have this other app running at some point. I don't remember when. So it's kind of a pain in the ass to turn on. So, the Pokemon Unite came out a while ago, but I saw it was free. I was like the people that get addicted to League and Dota. I just wanted to play match after match after match and get like really good. And I played it. I'd say I played it. It was the only game I was playing. I would play it every single time I had a break for about a month and a half.
Okay.
And I got really good at it. It is a game, like all games that involve money, that has problems at the higher levels. There's some stuff that's nerfing and sort of ruining the game in a lot of ways at those higher levels. But it's so fun. It's so fun. It's so incredible. It doesn't seem fair with the type of like being able to buy certain access to certain characters without playing as long. But then again, I only played for a short amount of time, so that frustration, I don't know. It was still frustrating because you couldn't play ranked and earn, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But it's very basic. It's very cool. It's very like, it's awesome. It's Pokemon too. I hate that Pokemon games have less, the ones that get like popular, like Pokemon Go and like Pokemon Unite. I hate that there isn't an intimacy to you and your Pokemon. I think that's really a shame. Like, it's not in Pokemon Go, it's not your Bulbasaur. It's you have a Bulbasaur.
Right, I see.
Right.
Pokemon Unite, you may main Charizard, but he's not my Charizard. And I would think that would be a more than fine way to make people earn credits for the games and things like that, and playing like buying a version where you can make it your Charizard or whatever. I don't know. It was sort of disappointing in that way, that like you could just buy better fighters. That was kind of weird to me. I don't know that I've ever experienced that, but it's pretty good. Did you guys? I think it's shit on by everyone. That's why I wanted to bring it up. It's why I think it's an interesting pick.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, I don't know. My memory is it came out and people thought it was really cool, and then nobody talked about it again.
Yeah, it kind of went away. Yeah, it's one of those things that's, at least from, the forefront of gaming, I guess, it's one of those things that's probably doing silently just fine. But there's also, like, most people still that are into MOBAs will just play League or Dota, and that's pretty much the big two on that and that stuff. It's a tough camp to break into for the most part with those two.
I plan on going back to League. I think we would be a really good League team, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
Yeah, no.
I think we would be great at
You
League
have a
together.
good time.
So, guys, you can check us out on Twitch.
Yeah, no,
We're going to fucking do it.
Yeah, no.
I'm good.
Why? Why are you so averse to that? You would never play League of Legends online?
Probably not.
No.
Why not?
Internet be mean, yo.
But
yeah.
You don't have to listen to people. You can turn all that stuff off now.
Yeah, that's true, but at the same time, it's never really appealed to me, just as a concept. The only time I like it is in Esports Godfather, and now we'll talk about good MOBA game. That's because they're doing it all for me, and all I have to do is play cards, basically, that make them play better.
I really have been wanting to
great game.
Sorry, go ahead, Julian.
No.
I was going to say the closest I ever got to a game like that is Clash Royale, but that's more of a 1 versus 1 type of game. Like it's a similar thing. You're maintaining lanes and trying to push forward, but it's just 2 players,
right?
And then you're putting out like a bunch of units.
I thought that was strategy management. I thought that was more like StarCraft. Do you actually fight?
Yeah, I mean you're putting out units and you're trying to get them to take out like these towers. And whoever like takes the most tower, like I think each team has 3 towers, and so the first one to take out 2 of the opposing team's towers wins. But it is like a lane based thing, just on a vertical iPhone screen.
And it's a top down. It's a top down beat 'em up type of thing. Oh, cool! I didn't know that. I thought it was like resource management, like StarCraft and things.
Like, I mean, there's a little bit of that too, because you have like a like each. Because the character, like all the units are like card based, so like each card has like a certain number of like I think it's crystals to play, so you have to like let your crystals regenerate, and then so sometimes it's like you got to wait for like the really good units to put out to send out, but then while you're waiting they can be putting out like a bunch of smaller units that can overwhelm you. So there's a lot it's a lot of strategy and stuff like that. I played it like way too much. I spent way too much money on it. So are we keeping? It sounds like Pokemon Unite is like kind of one of your locks, Mike, or at least one that you're pushing for.
I want to talk through all 4, and then I'm going to decide I want to consult you guys on which ones I should keep based on how I feel.
Well, I mean, it's kind of ultimately up to you what you want, which ones you think you should keep. So, okay, there's going to be 3 overall.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. I was going to posit this. I mean, it's kind of obvious what Julian's top 3 are, right? Like they're the 3 that are on this list that I'm looking at that didn't get eliminated. Like,
well,
so
and I actually was going to say that I didn't finish the Nirvana Initiative, so I'm good with letting that one go as well.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of what I finished or figured. I'm not gonna argue with you, honestly. I almost feel like you should wait to nominate that another time because you did. I don't know how long did you go in that game anyway.
I got like a good probably.
I'm annoyed I didn't play
third,
this.
maybe third or almost halfway through. I think.
Okay.
And I forget I think it was Rebirth that got me off of it. I think that's what ended up coming out.
I remember you playing it, but I couldn't. I didn't remember what happened.
It was early in the year.
Yeah.
I'm so fucking annoyed. I own this goddamn game. I've been wanting to.
It's really good.
And
they're great. Both of them are excellent.
Yeah,
I just
they're
wish
really
that
good.
we
It's
could
really good.
I bought like a pack at some point, or
you should
both. But
it makes it even better if you play the first one first.
Mm-hmm.
It's really good.
I was gonna literally play them. We were gonna play a game like recently, and I wish I could have talked about this with you because
that's okay.
No,
well,
it's not.
Here's what you do, Mike. Listen,
fuck you,
Mike.
Why didn't you play through these games?
No. Listen, here's what you do, Mike. You play through it, and then you nominate it again next year.
All right.
And then we can talk about it. All right.
Can we talk about my fourth possible pick here, though?
Hold on. I'm guiding this now because you guys can't do anything right.
What do you mean?
You're going on these tangents. It's wild, and I'm not standing for it. So okay, okay. Julian has 2. He has Videoverse, and I'm guessing This Bed We Made. Those are his 2 that he's going to fight for. All right. So, Mike, what ones do you want to fight for? You got so far you've brought up Pokemon and Unpacking. You have 2 more, right?
I'm not going to fight for.
Am I correct?
We talked about
not going to fight for Unpacking.
Yeah.
One Night
Burlesque. I'm considering fighting for.
Okay.
But it would mostly be to get people to see what it was, and I don't.
Well, that's fair.
I don't think that's. I would rather fight for Pokemon Unite, to be honest.
Okay,
that's fine.
Because
fair.
I think that your crowd may have some cool stories about Pokemon Unite. My last one here is the one that I'm most convinced I may fight for.
Okay.
And that's
Tell us about your toys, Mike.
That's Starlink, yeah. Let's talk about it.
Okay.
This game is unbelievably bizarre that it exists.
Mm-hmm.
It is one of the most unbelievably bizarre games that has existed, and yet there's not a ton of talk of them.
Okay, is this the one?
First of all, let's pause. Is this the one?
Yeah, what is it?
Is this the one?
No.
That's the first. Everyone is saying that to themselves. Is this the one? When I said that, this is the first amazing fact about it. Starlink is a Star Fox game. I mean, Starlink is Star Fox, and I can say a big release for a major mainline Nintendo console, a huge character, and people can be like, which one is that? That is already the first most remarkable fact about the game.
Well,
I was just gonna ask you, is this the one where you had to connect the ship to the whole thing and put the parts on it?
Yeah, because my memory was that the Star Fox stuff came later.
That came later to try to sell it. Yeah, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's still a part of it. It's still a huge part of it, and they are incorporated into it. Starlink is a game where here's how it works: you buy the game. They came often in these packs. They came in Star Fox pack ones, okay, for a while. That you buy the game and Star Fox, and you have to buy, I believe, separately. I think I bought mine separately, but I don't know. A special controller, basically like the ships, the Joy-Cons. I'll show you because I have a Switch here. It's easier to explain in front of you two guys, and I can get the toy later. The Switch consoles, the Switch like nunchucks, whatever. Then slide into this unit, which sometimes either has your ship or you have to slide the ship into. And you're holding, effectively, this toy in front of you. And that toy, using what's called an NFC, a non-fungible coin, makes it show up on the screen as that thing.
I thought it was a near-field communication was the NFC.
I don't know. Could be both. No way to know.
I don't think it has anything to do with NFTs. Like,
no, it
I don't
doesn't.
think it's.
I said not NFTs.
Right, but then you said non-fungible coin. I don't
Oh
think, I don't
no,
think
that is not what I
non-fungible-
meant to say.
Okay,
Yeah.
I did fuck that up. Edit it so I sound
Okay.
smart. Edit you saying it over it. That was just totally wrong. Okay. Then you're like holding the toy, and there is this effect of like you're flying this toy like with your hand.
Right.
Okay.
There's then
It's like it's like the modern day version of Captain Power,
What's that?
which none of y'all don't know
What's
Captain
that?
Power because y'all are
What's
way
that?
younger than me.
What's
Captain Power was a Mattel series of toys where you had like these like spaceships and stuff, and there was a Captain Power there were Captain Power VHS tapes that you would play.
that? Shut up.
and like it was almost like a light gun type thing where the spaceships would like fire like little infrared lasers at certain points in the show, and somehow that would like affect, like, I don't know actually how it worked fully. I only had like one Captain Power toy, and it was just the action figure. It wasn't like one of the ships.
Okay.
But that's kind of what, was like a very rudimentary version of what Starlink
Yeah.
like achieves like fully.
So the rub of it, the scam of it, is the weapons. So you can also change your weapons basically almost all the time by taking off the guns or missiles attached to the bottom of the wings of the ships and putting in your toys.
Mm-hmm.
And that's pretty cool and satisfying as well. It's a fun game to play. I mean, like all things Star Fox, listening to Peppy and all this bullshit is ridiculous. But like, it's fun. It exists. You play using a toy, which is really cool. The toy is then represented on screen, and changes to the toy itself make the toy change on screen. It's really cool. It's incredibly cool technology. It's instantly understandable as to why it's fun. The toys are all fucking dope. They're all dope. And now in the year 2024, no one gives a shit about them. So they're all like at least 40 to 50% off, which is also crazy for toys. Think about this, game collectors and game historians out there. Toys incorporated into a game made by Nintendo, starring Nintendo characters, made to interact with a Nintendo console, are selling now for like cheaper than ever. I guarantee you people will start to go crazy over collecting these. There's no way they don't. Because it's also not really loved by anyone. It's sort of a pretty averagely taken by the world game. And it's like one of the weirdest, coolest things you can do on the Switch. It's so unique. And I'm fascinated by it. I don't think I will stop buying them. They're very cheap. And then they go on screen. And the game is just, it's just Star Fox, You fly around. It's sort of like Star Fox meets the GameCube Star Fox, where you're on the planet.
Yeah, and I think that's actually my issue with it, because I don't think Star Fox is very good. I don't think Star Fox has ever been very good. So that's kind of where I veer from it. But that's kind of me. I don't know. I feel that like Star Fox, like people are starting to clue in on Star Fox. Like I think there are a lot of kids, and I mean like kids, like who were kids when Star Fox 64 came out, who fucking loved the idea of Star Fox, and then when they re-released Star Fox like on the DS, like people were like, "Whoa!" Like I paid like $40 for this DS game, and I finished it in like an hour, and it's like, yeah, I mean that's Star Fox, and then
right.
I think also like I think the franchise kind of has more bad games than good at this point, like.
Fair.
So I think people have like, I don't think Star Fox really moves the needle for people anymore. Is what I'm trying to say. And Starlink, it's a Ubisoft game, isn't it? Like that.
I think so.
I want to say that they're the one. Like,
yeah, I think they were. I think they did that one. Yeah, because I remember Miyamoto showing up at the Ubisoft.
It was around the time of the
deal.
Mario and Rabbids stuff as well.
Yeah. I keep thinking that was a big deal around then.
Yeah.
So
yeah. All right. So far we've narrowed this down to like what, 4? Right?
My two are Pokemon Unite and Starlink.
Okay, so we're losing One Night Burlesque and Unpacking.
Everyone should play One Night Burlesque. I don't think, in terms of moving the needle and being realistic, I just don't think a lot of the people that listen to the show are going to hop on it right now to talk about it.
Well, it doesn't matter for that. It matters if you like it.
Yeah,
but I want to hear the discussion be better. and I'm willing. I like it. I think it's great. I haven't finished it either though. So like, I don't know. I'm in my gut.
Well, you haven't finished it, so it might shit the bed at the end too, which makes it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it might. And
it's it's not like it's a requirement to have finished the games on in these discussions, but I think it is telling. If you haven't, right?
Yeah,
like,
if you haven't, right?
Yeah.
Well, the reason I haven't for that one is savoring it. I'll say that to everybody.
Oh, that's fine.
Fair.
Very much like,
Fair.
oh, let's stop for today. Oh, that was so fun.
I definitely,
it's like a good book.
I'm definitely interested in it.
Yeah.
For sure.
I would be upset if Justin didn't play it. Julian, I would love to hear your thoughts on it, but I would sort of be upset if Justin didn't. I mean,
it sounds like something I'd be into.
Christmas.
It's a thing that when I'm editing this episode, that's when I'll go and check it out.
Yeah, I wish listed now, so yeah, next time it's on sale, I'm definitely on to that.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Or next time I get bored and it sounds good. Never know.
Yeah, and sometimes he'll pick it up and he'll never play it, like Goodbye Volcano High.
I still have that, and it's just sitting there.
Dr. Manhattan and your 3 blue dicks. I will tell you this, Master of Time, it does not take long. We have been stretching it out. For someone like you, you will knock it out in a day.
Yeah, it looks like one of those knock out in a day kind of games.
Yeah, beyond you would.
Okay, so you got it down to 4.
Yeah, and so we haven't talked about my other 2.
No.
Which are Videoverse and This Bed We Made. And I'll kind of play my card, my hand a little early here. I came into this wanting Videoverse to take it.
Okay.
Because Justin, it was on your top 10 last year.
Yeah, it was great.
Blue Eyes White Dragon.
What's that?
You're playing your card. You're playing up, so I was making sure that people knew it was a Blue Eyes White Dragon.
There's probably going to be more than one Yu-Gi-Oh reference at some point in this podcast, isn't there? There's going to be a lot of trap cards and all this other shit, and it's going to be a whole thing, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. And I'll probably have to banish him to the Shadow Realm at some point.
Somebody's going to get banished to the Shadow Realm. It's going to happen.
Can I ask you guys a question about Shadow Realms?
Absolutely not. Julian, continue with talking about Videoverse. Quickly, go.
Yeah, so my feeling was coming in, because like I said, when I first started playing Videoverse this year, I said I don't know that it would have cracked my top 10. But once I got to the end of it, I think it actually would have made it onto my top 10 last year somewhere.
Okay.
Which is a pretty big deal.
Right.
But as I'm looking at this list, I'm kind of feeling This Bed We Made more, because it's just doing so many things that I love about video games.
Definitely seems like your type of game. So, yeah.
Because I love the idea of being able to be transported, right? And step into the shoes of someone completely different from me. And I think one of the things that I forgot to talk about when I was talking about the game earlier in the year is that it's got a lot to say about marginalized people, specifically queer people. That is a big undercurrent of This Bed We Made. And it's kind of cool to see, it's not, you'll have the worst type of people being oh, they're trying to cram all of this shit even into stuff that's referencing the 50s. And it's no, queer people have always been here. Right. And so it's nice to see a story about queer people, that's set in the 50s.
Right.
And because the Moors were so different at the time, and so they had to be a lot more secretive about it, and even hiding it from themselves, type of thing. So it was a really kind of impactful game, and I've probably thought about it more since I finished it than Videoverse. Although, to be fair, I just finished Videoverse very recently, because it got very real at a certain point and I had to turn it off, and then it took me a really long time to come back to it.
Yeah.
So I'll be honest. These 2 games have put me in quite the predicament, because these 2 games that you guys. So basically, one of the reasons, you guys always talk about me saying stuff you said years ago to you. The reason is because I'm a crazy person. So the first time I listened through all 100 and whatever episodes of Nerds Without Pants, I hadn't finished Mass Effect. So anytime any of you Mass Effect dorks start to talk about Mass Effect, I skip forward through it. So now I will go back, now that I beat it 2 years ago, I will go back and re-listen to the show. But there's other stuff that I have to skip as well. Recently, these 2 games that you guys have mentioned are on my, they're on my wish lists. I'm going to play them. They are the next games I'm going to play, because you 2 have mentioned them, and it's your show. So it would be very hard for me to if we have more than 2 slots or if we have 2 slots at least, it would be hard for me to discourage those 2 as nominees. I think the way you guys have spoken about them before I end up getting paranoid that there might be spoilers or whatever, I just think you 2 have sold those games, in ways that I really think it's important for me to play them.
Right.
Cool.
So, in that case, we would have those 2 somewhere in the top 3, and then I guess one of Mike's then?
If I'm going to be typical me, I would really push for Starlink because I think it's a fucking weird phenomenon.
Okay.
And I would like to hear people talk about it. However, I think it's more likely that people who listen to your show have played Pokemon Unite, and I'd rather hear perspectives about things
again,
that they...
Doesn't matter.
Again,
what one do you think is cooler?
Why can't that be a factor for me? Why can't
it can be?
Well,
but what? Okay,
make it
but
a
I'm
factor
asking.
for me.
Okay, Michael, I need you to make a decision.
I don't have one. I'm leaving it to you 2. I don't have one.
No. Decision time.
I've gone into a coma. You have my power of attorney.
Absolutely
I
not.
can't
No.
really talk.
You can only pick one.
I mean, it's a communal thing, right? So
okay, sure.
So my part is that
now it's
I'm
okay.
much more.
This is what it gets when you. This is the respect you get if you run the show. That was quick for Julian. Justin, that was a quick flip.
Sure. Okay. What
no,
right,
it's communal between the 3 of us. Like,
yes, absolutely.
The listeners get to argue about it after the fact when the episode comes out, but they don't have input in it. This is our Game of the Year shit.
But I like your listeners, and they say interesting things, and they write in. So as a fan of the show, I want nice stuff written in.
For the most part, I am staying out of here.
But part of a Game of the Year thing is also it makes people mad. So
that is very true.
Then
absolutely.
Definitely with 1,100% Starlink.
There you go.
What I was going to say is that I am much more interested in Starlink as a concept and a game than I am Pokemon Unite.
I think it's much more interesting to me.
Everyone should try it. Everyone should. The toys are really cheap, or if you know someone that has it, everyone should try it. There's something so satisfying about it. It's interesting, too, that I believe that the motion mechanics, if you use them, also link up with whether you're inverted or not, which is also just, so cool. I think that one of the things that, in terms of Game of the Year, one of the biggest flops of Game of the Year is this fucking MetaQuest advertisement campaign. It is the biggest fucking turd going on in gaming right now, and you see it more than any other system anywhere. And in terms of,
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You've never seen a million ads for this MetaQuest?
Nope.
I saw one. I've seen one ad for it recently.
If you scroll through TikTok or Instagram or YouTube,
oh well, that's your problem.
You have triggered some sort of insane algorithm thing, and that's what you're seeing.
Everywhere. No, because you guys don't scroll through. Do you scroll through Reels, Justin?
On what? On
Instagram. On anything. Do you scroll through Shorts on YouTube?
I scroll through Reddit all the time. Never get this advertisement.
You don't scroll through Shorts on YouTube and stuff.
I don't scroll through Shorts. I watch them individually on my Xbox.
Yeah,
and the shorts are 99% HoloLens clips.
My ads are always on. I don't have an ad blocker or anything. I just let that shit fucking hit. And never seen this.
If you're scrolling through social media and you have games anywhere in your shit, you've gotten this stuff. And they've tried to release so much MetaQuest stuff this year. And I think it's really, really odd. And I think it's odd that there's this push for motion control and this push for VR. And I think that Starlink as a weird thing that's out there is a relic of like Julian's saying, the VHS era. It's a dream that doesn't exist anymore, and yet
it was the last Toys to Life game to come out. And I think it came out a little bit late. It was one of many recent Ubisoft blunders where it was we got this Toys to Life thing coming out, and it was right after Skylanders had finished shitting the bed, and they were aw.
Right, and Skylanders and all those different things, right? Disney Infinity, they are not.
Yeah, and Infinity had also failed.
Exactly. And that fucking thing that you bought, because I remember the stream. I was in that same type of world where you'd have the toy and you're talking about some weird laser thing that connected to it, an infrared thing that connected to it, whatever. And now Starlink did it for all those kids that wanted that all those years ago. They wanted that toy. It was bad. It wasn't that. And Starlink just did it, and now there's no one around to give a shit about it. And it's a very fascinating phenomenon. That toy that you had, Julian, it sucked dick probably. It was probably fucking just faking that it moved or whatever. Or I had lots of toys when I was a kid that would light up when you played a cassette tape or something. you could sync it with it.
Mhm.
Teddy Ruxpin is another thing. Like all those dumb things, like never did anything, and now we have something that did it. And basically, there's no kids. All those kids are in their fucking 40s.
Hey, how dare you talk this way about that robot Nintendo made? I can't remember.
Rob?
Yeah, Rob. Yeah, Rob the robot. How dare you?
I mean, right?
But I think that like if Starlink had come out before Skylanders, I think it would have been a much bigger deal. I think it was just that.
It couldn't have. That's the point I'm making.
Well, no, I know, but the thing, but it's just a problem that like people were already tired of buying Skylanders
flooded the
Infinity
market
figures and Amiibo, right? So like it was just like another thing, and they were like, oh yeah, I just don't know, because I also when they announced it, I was like, that's fucking rad. Like
it's pretty neat.
Yeah,
it's a neat idea. So yeah,
all the ships are awesome. All the guns are awesome. I love them. They're so cool. I'm totally already addicted. And like I'm being honest, like I do buy games to sell them a lot of times. Like I don't think there's anything wrong with spending $10 to play a game and then intend on just letting it sit there until it goes up in value. And like I have bought Skylanders, for example, because I'm like, I know at some point some weirdo's gonna be into these, and they cost like a literal $1 now, and some of them are pretty cute. And they just sit in a drawer. But like these are way cooler than Skylanders, the look of them, and the game is way better than Skylanders. And it's just they're so I think that I will end up selling them at some point unless I get really attached to the game, which would be even better. That I had a toy. I really like. I wish this was my favorite game. Is the point I'm making. I just think there's so if this becomes my favorite game, if there's some element, some DLC or something, and it's like wow, I could play this over and over again. That will be me. That fulfillment of being a little kid and playing with toys, I feel like could come to fruition. The only thing that would be better if there was a game like this, but with like Gundams and like you could move the mechs around and stuff and like
you might want to check out Gundam Breakers.
Oh yeah,
which doesn't have a toy element to it, but it's literally you assembling Gundam models and then getting to battle with them in the game.
Yeah, Julian, did you not hear my whole like impassioned rant about loving toys though?
Yeah,
but I mean, you get, but it's a virtual toy. Like you're getting to that satisfaction of like snapping the pieces together and stuff like that. I don't know, like. It might be something worth
Julian,
checking
you
out.
often talk dystopian about the environment. I would love to come on here and talk dystopian about tech. A virtual toy is not as good as the real world thing. I
agree, but I'm just saying it might scratch a similar itch is what I'm trying to say.
No, but I don't want that. I like playing with action figures. So if my game was, I don't play with ships as much as action
listen,
figures.
Here's what you do.
Play with action figures.
You buy like 5 Gunplas. And you just sit there and you build them as you're building the thing on the thing, and then you move it around.
Oh
and
wait,
you go look, it's doing stuff.
Wait, shit! I don't know if I want to use this for. I might use it for another category instead. Hold on.
Okay, sure.
Hold on, I might move one. Okay, wait, hold on, because I don't have as many.
We've been holding.
Do not be fresh. I have an idea because I don't have a lot for best looking game.
Okay.
Well, copy paste my arguments for best looking game. For everything I just said.
Did this game come out this year?
What?
Best looking game does have to come out this year.
Best looking game is
so
Well, I will say the porn game is. I mean, there's no real porn games never have release dates really. Like they're never really done.
That is
I've
tough.
Had quite a few release dates on them, Julian.
Fair enough.
That's the kind of jokes you can expect from Tide Presents the Stage Select Christmas Special with
we're brought to you.
Getty.
We're brought to you by Lucky Strike.
Brought to you by Lucky Strike. Smoke to it once. Light one on fire and throw it at a squirrel. It doesn't matter. The more we burn, the better the world is. Oprah Winfrey. I'm saying who's on the special, Justin.
Anyway,
what's going on?
Anyway, listen, Michael. We have listen. So we have 3, right?
I played a better game than this.
You played a better game than the Star thing.
Yes, and I forgot that it didn't come out this year.
Okay. What is it?
I played Hyrule Warriors.
Okay.
I fucking loved Hyrule Warriors.
All right.
And I felt as though Hyrule Warriors, Link, whatchamacallit, the Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom for me, form like this. It's ironic, but it forms this perfect trinity of games for the Switch, even though like only one of those was made for the fucking Switch, and it basically probably could play on a Wii U if they were releasing games for Tears of the Kingdom. I loved Hyrule Warriors. There's people, I think when like many people at the time thought it was like just a skin game and it didn't have anything. Like there's actually plot elements you need to play to understand a lot of different stuff in those games. There's like full on really heartwarming cutscenes that are like very important to the Zelda. If you played Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom,
Okay.
They're like really important plots and really cool characters that I feel like should be more popular. And the game is just like crazy fun. It's like it just is Dynasty Warriors. I mean, but
yeah,
it's fucking rad, and the look of it is beautiful, and it's great. It is. I have out of all the three, because like for open world games, I mean, Breath of the Wild's okay, but it's really really fun. I really enjoy them. I've been dying for them and love them. I really haven't. I've been very hooked on the game mechanics of Hyrule Warriors versus like just enjoying playing Tears of the Kingdom or enjoying playing Breath of the Wild. I'm so into the leveling up and the building and the numbers going up and the weapons going like okay.
Numbers going up can be a big deal. Like, let me
that
tell
is
you.
true.
So in Tears of the Kingdom, they introduced this thing of fusion, and a big part of it is you can make really cool weapons with the fusion, and like weapons will straight up. I don't know if this was like put out in the public at large if you didn't play the game, but like weapons won't just like fuse together. Like they will make logical different weapons and look different. It's very cool. Like you can take like a horn of a dragon and it becomes like a mace because they have this like weird like concave convex horn, you know. That mechanic comes from Hyrule Warriors. Because in Hyrule Warriors, you build your weapon and combine it. And actually, in Hyrule Warriors, it stacks. So you have to build different weapons to kind of like stack it and combine it into your weapons in Hyrule Warriors.
So Hyrule Warriors is a merge game, is what you're telling me.
It is a merge game, yes. In many ways, it's a merge game. And
Blissey will be into that.
There's story elements, like for example, the discovery of in the first one, there's those fucking creepy crawly machines in Breath of the Wild that like crawl around. You know, they look like little upside down teacups.
I don't remember.
Well, the origin of them, the discovery of those robots being a problem currently in the world of Hyrule, like that happens as a backstory in Hyrule Warriors. There's all this stuff that's like. It's a vital playthrough. It's not an optional game, in my opinion, if you've been playing Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. And unlike Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, which I just have a smile on my face, I just get happy when I play that game. The fighting is fun and hard, really hard in Hyrule Warriors. It's challenging.
That's fair.
I obviously played it on the highest difficulty, but
obviously, yes.
Obviously, yes.
Why would you do anything else? It's a game. That's the point of games.
Disagree.
Yeah.
But okay. Hold on.
So I leave it to you: Starlink or Hyrule Warriors.
It's kind of, this is a tough one to call here, especially for me. I'm for the most part trying to kind of stay neutral. I'm almost playing the Brad Shoemaker of this whole thing, where I'm just trying to like wrangle a list here.
So does that mean that when we get to something you're really impassioned about, you're going to ultimately lose?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Because this isn't my category. At least in this category, that's kind of what I'm doing here.
No, I get it. Because I can go either way on these. I think Hyrule Warriors, now that that's on the list, that appeals to me more than Starlink.
I would agree.
I like a beat 'em up. I like a hack and slash.
From what I've seen of Hyrule Warriors, it definitely captures the essence of like those Zelda games and all that stuff. Okay, so are we willing now, Mike? This is kind of your dog in the fight. So are you willing to cut Starlink, or do you want to argue with it over Videoverse?
Yeah, do you want to get these two of yours, into the top three? Because that's definitely an option as well. We don't necessarily have to cut both of you. This
is why we're throwing it out there.
Could I make an argument against Videoverse being in it?
Hold on 1 second. You can, but I really have to use the bathroom. And when I come back, gentlemen, I want results. Okay, I demand them.
Okay, but I kind of have to use the bathroom too, though.
I also
Okay, well, you know what? Let's.
Why don't we take a break and think
Let's
about
take
it?
a break.
Wait, I like this. Let's do it like 12 Angry Men, though. Can we do a whole scene where we're yelling, and then Justin, you're like, all right, everybody.
Order. Okay,
Yeah,
let's go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
I don't have a good. I don't have a good
Listen to me,
scene.
Julian. You listen to me.
Yeah.
I don't care what you say. No man could be on that block at that hour without the intention to murder someone.
It'll be a cold day in hell before I see Hyrule Warriors above my beloved Videoverse.
Well, that day may come sooner than you think.
All right.
Okay?
Hey, listen. Order. I demand. Order in this court. I demand order. Michael,
Fine.
I demand order.
Fine.
We're going to take a brief recess. We'll be right back.
We need to be less angry men when we come back.
Yeah. Okay. Let's
Different
go.
number. Is that how that movie ended?
I'm sitting here I'm like, oh man, this is a lot of Hyrule talk. I really got to pee right now. Yeah.
All right.
I mean, that's fair.
All right.
All right.
And we're back.
Order in the court.
I once burn a baby to see if it was
Court has now resumed.
Yes.
I don't know what the term is.
So
court is now in session.
I actually thought
all right.
Starlink is obviously the troll choice. I don't want it included. You know what I mean?
There you go.
It's a choice to get people to think about something. It's not really a choice about the better game. It's just you gotta lay it on the line, right? Let's be practical.
Well, because what my thought while we were on break is that I'm actually like, the more I think about it, like the more like I really want this bed we made at the top, and I'm actually good letting Videoverse go because I feel that Videoverse got its time last year.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. If you want, this is up to you guys.
I had one thought about Videoverse that I wanted to ask you about.
Yeah, shoot.
Do you feel as though like this is gonna sound dickish, but do you feel as though that like you liked it a little bit because of just the idea of it as a game? Because it's such a cool idea of a game.
So Videoverse is something that I really enjoy as far as like the storytelling and the presentation. And I think that's what my thought was on the break, is that this bed we made is much more of a video game that allows me to impact that part,
sure.
The game part of it through gameplay.
One is kind of a souped up visual novel.
Yes.
For sure.
And you do have like agency in Videoverse.
Yes.
Like there are definitely
absolutely.
relationships that change, and there are things like I think I actually could have gotten a worse ending than what I got, because like when the credits hit, I was like, oh no, don't let it end like that. Don't let it end like that. And then it didn't end like that. But I think if I hadn't done certain things, that would have been my ending.
I believe, if I remember correctly, let me look real quick. Continue with your thought.
I definitely got an achievement that alluded to like I got that ending, and so I think
there is different endings.
Yeah.
I know that. I can't remember if like one of them's truly. I think one of them is truly bad. But
yeah.
Let's look here.
So and also. And I think this is actually a crucial thing. You're not going to get very many Nintendo games in a State Select Game of the Year discussion. It's just kind of a nature of the beast. So I think, having
true?
it... Yeah.
Depends.
I don't think that I've played a Nintendo game this entire year. And I'm probably not buying the Switch 2 because I just can't justify... But like, I have been disappointed by the last. Well, actually, I've been disappointed in every Nintendo console that I've purchased since the GameCube. I loved the GameCube, and then I've been disappointed in everything since then. So I just can't justify it anymore. It's like, okay, I'm going to buy it and I'm going to play and enjoy Fire Emblem, and there might be one or two of those, and then.
Well, I mean, but it's Fire Emblem.
But that's not worth it. That's not worth the price of admission for me. So
I've always had a thought about this dissatisfaction with you. I've always wanted to ask you a question about this with Nintendo stuff. Are there any like Mario Kart, for example? How much of that do you like?
I loved the first one. I enjoyed Double Dash, and then I had some fun with the most recent one when I was dating, because we used to play that one quite a bit. But it's rare, like it's rare for me to want to like sit down and play a racing game by myself.
You're not too hot on Zelda.
Yeah, I never have been, like even as a kid.
Yeah. Not to cut in with anything weird, but before I forget, yes, you can get a super bad ending where certain people don't even show up at the end.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, man, but I don't know. My thought would really, I mean, that's very generous of you to put my 2 picks on there and just to be like, let's talk about Nintendo stuff. I love that, but yeah, I mean, I'm fine with that. I was already willing to give it up, so whatever you want to do, man, I love it.
I think it's a good compromise, and like I said, like Videoverse already got like
there,
and Videoverse got like plenty of acclaim, like in our last Game of the Year episode. So I think I'm good with that. And this is also to say, like, Videoverse is definitely a game that people should play, right? Like I'm not,
absolutely.
I'm not taking anything away from it. Like it's Game of the Year. For
I was gonna say,
right? So
if this was my list, it'd be
playing it. Yeah.
It'd be very different looking. Just mine alone.
Sorry,
mine would be like I would be on there.
Right. Yeah.
And like, but I'm very much staying out of this. Videoverse would be probably second, and then let's see.
If I had finished Nirvana Initiative, then I probably would have fought for that a little harder.
Yeah, exactly, and it's tough to say, right? Because I played it. That's why I'm staying out, because I'm like, well, there's a ton of and then Unpacking would probably be on there because I love that game. That would be my 3, but again, this is more your guys' stuff. I don't really have a dog in this here fight.
Justin?
Yes, I did. It was great.
I want to finish that fucking shit.
You should play it. You should really you should really finish it.
Fighting for it, I feel like a lot more.
I definitely, that is a game that definitely made me cry. And again, there's like very little dialogue, but there's something about it, like especially towards the end where things start happening and you're packing stuff or putting stuff away, and it's great.
Yeah,
it's a really great game.
All right, so and I think that means we're in agreement that this bed we made takes it, or does anybody want to fight that?
Wait, what's
okay? Let me play mediator here, okay? So right now, the perspective order, Mike, is Julian's wanting this bed we made at the top.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
runners up would be Starlink and Hyrule Warriors.
Starlink and Hyrule Warriors. Probably, if you want to order them, I'm gonna guess.
A say in this?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If you want one to be on the top, you can absolutely argue against Julian's top here.
This bed we made, other than what you guys have said. So like, I don't know. I'm very excited for it. To be honest, out of the one you eliminated, it's probably more likely I'm going to play Videoverse. But I don't really know anything about the game other than like I literally for the first time today saw a photo of it because you guys got me so interested in it. I've never looked it up even. Like I just knew I was going to play that game.
That's nice. You didn't look at my video review. I appreciate it. It makes me happy.
Well, no, I wouldn't know because I'm a crazy person. I don't read reviews before stuff. No,
that's fair.
Wouldn't do that. I have read games.
That's a good idea.
I think you remember I bought some fucking game for the Wii, some old Wii game, and I was like, oh, I read your review on it. Was it Burger?
Right.
Was that fucking Burger Time thing?
You better not have bought Burger Time World Tour after my 1-star review of it.
It wasn't after. I bought Burger Time World Tour. I don't check out reviews before I buy things.
There you go.
Yeah.
Because I buy things based on what I want to play.
Yeah.
Then I read your review of it, and I was like, yeah. I also bought it accidentally, I think. I think I bought it with another game.
Yeah.
So I guess the argument would be Julian would have to pitch why he would want this at the top.
I realize that we haven't really like gone into what it is like for this
for
these proceedings, right? Like I talked about it
yes.
when I was playing it. So this bed we made is very much a like it's set in the 50s in Montreal in a hotel during a blizzard, and you were playing a housekeeper that is tasked with, maintaining the rooms. She is very much a snoop. She can't like help herself from going through people's things. And the setup of the game is that the first room that you clean at the beginning of the game.
Wait, hold on. Wait. I'm literally taking my headphones off. This is what I'm telling you. This is what I skipped forward. in the fucking episodes.
No, this is literally like
this unfortunately
Why?
Mike,
Why?
you're gonna have to because for the argument's sake.
Okay, so then
he's just explaining the concept of it.
Yeah, this is the concept.
Wait, hold on. If I can I concede as part of these?
If you want to,
I concede.
The choice is yours.
I concede. It's in the top spot. I
Okay,
no longer
there you
need
go.
to hear evidence
Done.
on it. That means there's a concession on the floor.
Can we tell you at least like what type of game it is?
No. What?
Okay.
I've already let stuff in.
Type of game. Type of game.
Like,
Not
honestly,
what.
Mike,
not
like,
the story of the game.
Yeah, and
the
I'm not trying to
type
tell
of
the
game.
story.
Alright.
It was literally like the setup, like the actual
Yeah.
elevator pitch of it.
All right, I did it to play with the mechanics of this courtroom. Okay.
Okay.
Seeing
Well.
the mechanics. Let me
Objection denied.
Fine.
Yeah, but basically it's like LA Noire, but you are in a hotel and you're not a cop. You are a housekeeper who is trying to investigate certain goings on in the hotel.
Right.
And there's also like the interpersonal relationships of the hotel staff, that you actually have choices of who you want to ally yourself with. There's things that you can do actively and inactively that will alter the course of the story. There's actually like a lot of different permutations of the game, a lot of different endings. Things as simple as deciding not to mop up a spill that you see because you weren't told to mop up the spill, but you could mop up the spill if you wanted to, and your choice of to do that or not actually it's a small thing, but it is a thing that actually has an impact on things. And it's a really cool thing of getting to see like how like the game monitors like what you're doing and stuff like that.
It's an interactive narrative game.
What's the look of it? I only looked for a second. It looked like it was kind of like weirdly undetailed 3D, like a sort of middle of the line detailed 3D. Not weirdly, sorry.
It's like a early like PS4 era game.
Yeah.
It looks good. It's not going to blow your socks off, but like they do a really great job of really like capturing the aesthetic of 1950s decor, and even like some of the voice acting. Like I really loved the woman that works the front desk. Like she feels straight out of old Hollywood. Like not only the way that she's designed, but also the way that she talks is very like, you could very much see her have been, being played by like a Jean Harlow or something like that back in the day. I
was very disappointed by LA Noire. So
I was too.
I've been looking for a game like this. I liked it for all the reasons I wanted to like it for all the reasons people said they hated it, and it just, I don't know. We still talk about going back and playing it. So this is very exciting to me that there's a game like this out there. I love the subject matter. I think it's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
I think it's so cool. I think the setting is so cool. I think the idea is so cool. I think everything about it is so cool.
And unlike LA Noire, it left me wanting more instead of feeling like it was way too overstuffed.
Oh god, LA Noire goes on way too long.
And this one I was like, oh man, I wish this game was like twice as long. And had like a little bit more, like I wish there was stuff that happened like outside of the hotel. But you are kind of stuck in the blizzard, and so there's that aspect of it. But I think it's a great
Everything
game.
is cool. Every single word that you say, and same with Videoverse. I want to be clear.
Yeah,
here.
no, Videoverse is excellent.
I really came back. I really came back from the break thinking like, ditch my shit. But both of these games are, because they're like really insightful, really fucking cool ideas. But like, I mean, this is just a really cool one idea too. I love stuff like this. If I'm being honest, like this is the type of stuff that I'm working on in the background right now. Like just, I want to do more story stuff like this. I think it's inspiring. I think it's awesome that there's other people doing it. It's so cool. So cool.
All right. So that has, for best game not released in 2024, we have
like that gets me like, wait, hold on. I didn't give it enough
it.
credit. Like those type of games existing fucking inspire me as an artist. They are like the top of the top art, in my opinion. So glad it's on there for game. Like I'm glad it's here. I'm glad that's the contribution I'm on, because I wouldn't have added any of those types of games this year. So love it.
Yes. So best game not released in 2024. We have This Bed We Made in the top spot, with Starlink and Hyrule Warriors in the runners-up. Moving on to the next segment for this week, or the next category rather. It's one that I'm personal. This is one of my favorites of like for the whole the whole game of the year discussion because it's so no other video game podcast is going to have this in anything. The category is called "We Played It for the Story," aka Best Porn Game.
I'm so fucking excited to be here for this. This is just my own,
oh boy.
I've said this before. Justin is one of the most talented podcasters I've ever heard in my life.
I agree.
I don't know about all that.
And getting Justin to talk about porn games is the finest art you can find on the internet. I mean, that's sincerely from the bottom of my heart, Justin. I do.
Okay.
I think it's the best comedy. I think it's the best comedy on the internet.
Okay.
There's nothing that makes me laugh harder. So getting to be here, this is just literally like I ordered, you ever see when Cameo, it's like 1 hour long phone call. I did.
Right.
This is my show. Just me, Martin Short. You're just going to do whatever. I'm so excited.
You're kind of in my role here because this is I don't know how many of these types of games you played this year.
0.
Mike.
Big old.
There you go.
So no, actually,
here we are.
That's not true. I played like a half of one. I was basically gonna be sitting back. I have things to say.
Mm.
I have thoughts.
Okay,
no, I figured you would.
Fair.
But who cares? Who cares? I'm just on the sidelines here. This is so fun.
Well, I think the fun of this category is
I love Justin talking about porn games. I don't know why he doesn't bring his other show back. I don't know why he doesn't bring his other show back.
Because it's a lot of work.
Who cares? That's what you were born to do. And that was to please me with that show. So
I wish. I know. If I didn't have a job, Mike, I would totally wish to be doing that. Yeah.
Why don't you quit?
Yeah.
No,
I'll get right on that, Mike.
Think of like a scheme or something. You know what I mean? Get them to. Think
I know, right? I wish.
Mike, tell you what, you fix capitalism, and then we can talk about that. Make it to where we don't need to work in order to survive.
Yes.
And then we can actually work on just making the stuff that we're passionate about.
I have a question about these people who think something like The Bed We Made is too woke. What do they want stories about?
Titties.
Is what conflict do they think there is in the world?
They want the real answer is they want Black Myth Wukong. That's what they want. Just there's only dudes in this, and then a couple women who are just there to be hot, and that's pretty much it.
They don't want anything that reminds them of the outside world. They don't want anything that reminds them on one hand I can kind of appreciate.
Give me some movies that fill it. Give me some movies that fill it.
Movies?
Yeah, or games, whatever.
The original God of War,
Black Myth
right?
Wukong,
the original God of War,
which is a game that I love, but that is a game that is all male power fantasy. It's got tits and ass. It's got lots of blood and gore. It's really fucking cool. You don't have to think about it very hard.
Mortal Kombat would probably be on there.
But at the same time, it's but also the original God of War has a lot of pathos with the main character, right?
Right.
But they don't remember that or they don't think about that.
No. They just remember the slicing in half.
You're talking about it people who will play through the entire Metal Gear Solid series and then have the audacity to say that they don't want politics in their games.
This better not be political.
Yeah.
Okay, I think you missed a lot of the point there.
Yeah. The entire point.
Stuff like that. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So,
anyway.
So what I was going to say is that I think this is going to be fun because it's going to be largely me and Justin pitching these games to Mike.
It's also I also might add a few or add one because I wasn't sure how we were going to roll if this had to come out.
Start
this year.
1 to about 75, and you guys just talk about it and let me sit back. Go.
There's one I kind of want to add that didn't come out this year.
No, that's totally fine.
That I played. Okay.
Because the thing with porn,
I wasn't sure how we were rolling.
As long as you played it this year, that's really my only criteria.
Okay.
Because the thing with porn, I think most of these games aren't even finished. So
yes, that is very true.
Yeah.
I added one that was finished this year, but I didn't play this year.
But you've played it previously.
Third Crisis.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I played a lot of Third Crisis.
Do people ever post games crazy porn games crazy beta? It's literally just a menu screen with tits on it?
Oh,
well,
absolutely,
not that egregious, but there's games where it's I will download it from itch and I'll be like, okay, yeah, this is kind of cool. And then like 10 minutes later, I'm like,
it sounds really cool.
Oh, I'm done. You have nothing. Like this is never going to be finished. Like this is all you have. So
they have so many big ideas of what the game actually is going to be when they get finished, but they don't actually have it finished. And it's like, yeah, you're never gonna.
They barely have the premise.
Your scope is so high here. Okay, yes. So if we may, Julian, I would like to add Love and Sex Second Base.
Okay.
To this list. That was the big one that I was like, I don't know if I can add it. I don't know what the rules are exactly. So I'm glad we're clarifying
Justin,
that. That is definitely one. And in fact, it's actually. Yes. Oh, I have them organized on a Steam list, just labeled adult.
Could you open it and screen share it in the Skype?
I don't think I can.
I think you can.
No, because I have to scroll. It's a lot. I couldn't share the entire thing with you, unfortunately.
No, I'm saying scroll through as you talk.
Oh God, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, it's outside the purview of this segment.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
All right.
Oh, you.
So this is what I have so far.
It makes it sound like I want to see porn. I just think Justin is very funny and talking about this, and I think Julian is very funny and talking about this. And I think it's the stupidest thing on the internet. It's my favorite thing.
It's pretty dumb, yeah.
It's pretty amazing. The amount of effort that has gone into it and the sincerity that you guys put forth is just. You really care. About it. There's never been an ingenuine conversation about it.
Anyway, read us the nominees.
I don't know. I don't think Mike actually wants us to talk about the porn games. He just wants to talk about us talking about the porn games.
Yeah, that's true. But right. Which is why I need you to read the nominees.
Let's be clear. That's what I wanted to talk about.
That's fair.
All right. So what we have so far, and this might change depending on how things go. We might add to this before we end up cutting. Lust Academy. A Struggle with Sin. Succum, which is spelled Succum.
Good.
Fate and Life, The Mystery of Vollenhorn.
Mm-hmm.
That is an entire title of a game. That is the full title of that game.
Oh, that sounds right. Yeah.
Future Fragments.
Yeah.
Steps of Debauchery.
Yeah.
Third Crisis. Voidbound. And Love and Sex Second Base.
Yes.
Justin, I want to start with like the ones you added because I've played Third Crisis. We can talk about that in a little bit. Let's see. I think I'm aware of Steps of Debauchery. I've never heard of Voidbound. And we've talked about Love and Sex off mic, but I actually do I want to get into that because this one sounds fucking crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. That one's really cool. And Future Fragments is pretty good. Voidbound is an interesting one. I didn't play too much Voidbound. If we're cutting immediately, I would probably get rid of it. It has a lot of potential though. The elevator pitch is it's like you're how to explain it, and I'm trying to remember from memory now, which is awful. But it's kind of like you're a space lady and stuff's going bad. It's not great. So let's see how they pitch it, because now I'm gonna read their story because I can't remember.
Is this like a 3D realistic graphics, or is this more of an anime?
No. It's very anime style. It almost looks kind of like Third Crisis animated anime style. But it's also like very like it's parts of it are made in RPG Maker, but the combat itself is almost like Mega Man Battle Network a little bit.
All right.
It's kind of interesting. Like it's tile based, and I believe turn based, so it's a little different. Like you're not live moving, but it's different.
I've seen this trend in adult games where part of it is an RPG Maker, and then you go into a house and it's a totally different game. That's like
every now and then.
Big trend.
Yeah,
I've seen
this one has like when you're in dialogue, it's like visual novel pretty much. But like the RPG Maker parts are just like when you're moving around the map, and the combat is like I said, unique. Like I'm sure there's like another example of what it's like, but like they even did like a part in it where it was like where I think it was meant to just end, like just kill me. Like it was kind of like the boss was like unbeatable or whatever, and they basically just unleashed an attack that was like every tile, and I was like, well, I guess I'm just fucked because I got nothing. It was pretty neat.
Yeah.
It still has a long way to go as far as I can tell. It's one of those things where it's like Yeah, we're still working on this. It's definitely it's like you go on their Steam page, it's still in early access, but like it's a really cool idea, and what I played I did like. So yeah, if we are cutting like immediately, we can probably get rid of that.
I don't know if we need to start cutting immediately. I just wanted to know what it was. I'd never heard of it. So
yes.
I do love I love the RPG Maker aspect of like every game that I've seen where the scale of like buildings is always completely bonkers. Like it's like somehow like you go inside a house like Mike was saying and it's like 15 times larger than how it looks on the outside and like nothing, the scale makes no sense.
I think for the most part, if I remember right,
that's universal across the board too.
Yeah.
The pitches like you're I can't remember, you're like one of the last humans or something like that, and then you end up on like this ship, and it was kind of starting to go into like almost like Mass Effect type of things, like where you have like relationships on the ship and stuff like that.
So it's going real ambitious.
Yeah, but it's also one of those things where it's like definitely going on like you might not see like everything unless you lose the game. It's one of those types of things too. So it is what it is. But what even for it being in early access, it was like fairly well polished. Like I have to say, like it's not a bad game.
That's one I'll probably be adding to the list when I'm in editing.
To my wish list. You also may hate the art style. You never know. It's tough.
We'll see. Yeah.
Do you guys ever chart when you talk about these games? Like, because now I can't remember, like the flexibility in genders and sexualities in said games.
What? Like, do we chart?
I mean, I've never, like, do you know what I mean? Like, you can play certain games, like certain adult games, and it's just totally like you can play it completely as a, gay guy or as a or as a straight like woman. Mm-hmm. Like some have such diversity. I don't know that I've ever heard you like talk about that specifically. Like, has there ever been a ton of these games that like you play where it's like you totally just like could go in a different direction with it, or what are generally the sexualities of the games you're downloading?
Oh, I mean, I think most of it depends, right? Like I
depends.
Yeah, like so I think one of the problems with like porn as porn games as a genre is like a lot of them are very much like the male power fantasy but with sex type thing where it's...
A lot of them are, but it's different for every game.
Yeah.
There are definitely ones that almost like cater to like a certain kink or a certain like group of people. There are definitely just like porn games out there that are just like, this one's for the furries, and you're like, okay,
I don't touch those with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, exactly. Like you'll have a lot of those.
I will say that I'm always very appreciative when there is the option, like especially if you're playing a male character, where there are like gay options and trans options, especially if the trans characters are not treated as a fetish, but as actual.
It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen often, but it is a breath of fresh air when it does. Yeah. So yeah.
And extra points if like said trans character actually gets to give and not just receive, right? Because I have noticed that a lot of, because there's usually at least like one token trans character in most of the games that I've played, but it is always like you are the one fucking them, they are never fucking you, and they are never receiving oral. They were always giving oral, and it seems like very lopsided to me. I think it's kind of bullshit. There was actually one, I think it's called Midlife Crisis. Yeah. And that one has I was surprised at how open they were with the options, where like, and they give you the option to get out anytime, like where you can, it's like, if you don't want your character to get fucked in the ass, then you can choose not to.
I'm always like appreciative of games where like, hey, this could happen to you, but you can turn this off. Mm-hmm. Like, it's fine. I'm always like, oh, okay, cool. Like most of the time I'm like, nope, show me what you got.
Yeah,
I'm fucking here. Yeah. Let's do this. Because I hate myself.
Do either of you feel as though like you're not seeking out like, because of those, well, I mean, like something like so extreme, that's not a fetish you would think to extreme from, what you do sexually now. But like, do you feel as though there could be a chance, like you're not Googling the right fetish terms in these things to get the either worst, funniest, or even best games?
It's possible, but most of the time, I'm
just looking at like, so usually how I find these games is I'll go to itch, and I'll just look at the adult tags, and then I'll just kind of scroll through and look at stuff that like
I was gonna most of the time,
and usually it comes down to title or art.
Yep, Steam is kind of the same way. Like, you can just click on, like, what sounds awful. Like, it doesn't go by, like, usually, they don't categorize them by this. It's usually, like, very broad. And you're just kind of, like, looking at the title and going, what the fuck is that? Or like, the art will catch your eye or something like that. And you're like, okay, well, what? And then you read the description and you're like, okay, yeah, no, I'm good on this. That sounds awful. Which is a lot of them. But sometimes every once in a while you're like, that actually looks like a video game. Like that's usually what catches my eye. Like that's like, there's one on here that I'm like, that's what appealed to me. I was like, that looks like an actual video game. Like, holy shit.
There's one on here where if it had actually been, if it had been released fully in this year, I would actually be like trying to get it onto the top 10 for Game of the Year. But it's not a finished game, and so as such, it's moot. But if it ever does get finished, I might end up like, we might be revisiting it like in the year that it comes out for literal Game of the Year, because I feel that strongly about it.
Wow.
Down to business.
Yes.
All right, I have a question about Lust Academy.
Yes.
First one on the list. Is it 3 separate games? Because when I looked it up, it's season 1, 2, and 3.
I only played most of season 1.
Okay, so we're nominating just season 1.
I'm just that's what I played. And honestly, I don't think it makes it. It is a decent Harry Potter like that. That is literally like what it's going for. Like, right down to the fact that like the main love interest is like a pretty serviceable substitute for Hermione, right? Like it there's some interesting stuff with the story, and it does try to do some stuff gameplay wise with like there's like magic combat that you can do, and it's actually like a turn-based thing. There's certain spells that you can do to like pass puzzles or exams that add a little gameplay to it. But I think overall it's relatively weak, and it definitely struggles really hard with clearly being developed by someone that does not speak English as their first language.
Yeah, you'll have that a lot in these.
And I think overall, like, the character models are good and the posing is good. And like I said, there are some interesting elements to it, but it didn't hold my attention enough to even finish the first season.
Gotcha.
So I am actually fine, like, cutting it if we
so you're cutting that one. All right. So now we're let's see. I guess I'll go with one of mine.
Well, I want to hear. Actually, let's say
all of them.
Well, no, we'll hear about all of them. Tell us about Future Fragments, because that's another one that I haven't heard.
Future Fragments is the video game I was just talking about, where I was like, "Wow, that looks like an actual video game."
Okay.
And guess what? It's pretty much an actual video game. Like it plays like an actually pretty good platformer. Like it's kind of like a mega
platformer.
Yeah, it's like a kind of Metroidvania style thing, search action thing.
You showed this one to me.
Yeah, it's actually like the sprite works really good on it. Like it's
so what?
It's
dongs
one
are out while they're like jumping around. Is that like what you do?
Usually they usually have like kind of like a disrobing, like an animation that plays if you get beaten or whatever. You can also like just randomly you don't have to lose to actually see some of the scenes, if I remember right. You can just like walk up to somebody and press a button and it'll just like do like the surrender thing, and then you can just see what happens if you want to do that, which I find interesting. I think its biggest problem, and it's not like the worst problem, is it really wants you to get into the lore of the game, and it's really into having big audio diatribes of or big read text things like in the middle of it. And sometimes you're just like, dude, I just don't give a shit. Like, I don't care. Like,
what was some of said lore?
I can't. Okay, hold on. The lore of the game is you're from the future. You're trying to find the future fragments. That's the name of the game. And something happened. Either that or you're from oh fuck, I can't remember now. You're from the future or the past, one of the two. You get sent here. You're trying to find these fragments. so you can go back and defeat this army or something in your time. And so I think you're trying to prevent the future that you're in from happening. That's what it is.
Fragments of what?
Future.
Yeah, but okay.
Yeah.
What do they look
Yeah.
like?
Like fragments.
Yeah, I don't remember, if I'm being honest with you. I played this earlier in the year, so it's been a little
bits of string.
Yeah.
Okay. So you have lots of future tech to help you get around?
You use magic, actually.
That's very different than I was expecting.
Yes, you actually are kind of like a magician, and you have your rival magician is there as well, who's another girl, and there shenanigans happen with that. That's the whole thing, and basically if I remember right, your character's super horny, and so they're fine with everything happening. It's totally okay. It's a weird mix of consensual assault at certain points. It's okay, well, I guess we're just going with it. It's fucking fine. I don't know. It's which is confusing to me, but here we are. But other than that, it's actually a pretty good platformer overall. Like I said, it looks really good. I was pretty invested in as invested as I can be in something like that. I'm not gonna say there are definitely some of these games where I'm no, actually the story is pretty good. And there's one on here I would definitely go that far for, I guess. But yeah, other than that, it plays a pretty decent video game for what it is. Probably better than it has any right to be. If you took the porn out of it, it would be yeah, this is a middle of the road one of these, I guess, which is saying a lot.
Yeah.
So yeah, I definitely liked what I played.
What's the style?
You'd have to look it up. But it's mostly pixel art, and then if it goes into a full blown defeat scene, it kind of does the visual novel full art picture type of thing. Yeah, where everything's voice acted though, which is really nice. Even the text scrolls are somebody reads them, if I remember correctly. And I think if I remember right, when it came out, it was still a little bit early, so they were still adding some of the voice lines and stuff like that. But it was it was. I think they got most of that added now. I'm 100% sure. I haven't checked in a while. But yeah, Future Fragments is actually pretty decent. So
okay.
Dope.
The next one I'll bring up is Succumb, Succumb.
I was interested in that one.
Yeah. So this one I think, Justin, you actually would be kind of into, because it at its core it is a bartender simulator.
Okay.
And it's this weird dystopian future where you end up living on these rooftops, and it seems like nobody can really leave the rooftops, which is very bizarre.
Okay.
And also all the people, all the guys that come to the bar are called chuds, which kind of tells you kind of where this game sits as far as meme culture and shit like that. But the main character finds herself
in meme culture.
I think it's just a internet a guy who's too online. I think that's what it is. I'm actually not all that sure. It might be too much of a Gen Z term for me.
You're asking the wrong guy. I have no fucking clue.
I'm on it, guys.
I know it's a derogatory, but they also but they do refer to themselves as chuds as well. The main character is a woman that I think she wakes up in she lost everything and she takes refuge in this empty building, but the building is actually operated by an AI that is programmed to make the wishes of whoever is in the building come true. So when it talks to her and she says that she always wanted to own a bar, it basically does everything that's required and orders all of the stuff to allow her to open a bar. And it helps her run the bar, right? It's got algorithms and stuff to help her, with the bar running aspect of it. And there's other shops also on these rooftops, and so you meet the other shopkeepers and stuff like that. There's a really asshole landlady that you have to make sure that you're paying her rent every week or whatever. And so it is a big part about making the money, right, to be able to pay the rent and also upgrade the bar and stuff like that. But it's also a corruption game, so
one of these.
So basically, she starts to learn that, like, well, if I show a little bit of skin, I get more tips, or if I do this, this will happen. And also the AI is kind of falling for her and starts to basically use like some sort of like, I think, hypnosis or a gas or something to also make her more suggestible to being more sexual.
Real quick before you continue, I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right thing. Is the actual full name of it Succum Brewery?
Yes.
Okay.
But I think when you launch the game, it just says Succum or Succumb.
Okay. I just make Succumb, whatever it is. Okay.
Which is it? Is it? It's a joke, right?
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be Succumb,
Probably.
but it's spelled like with cum as like
Succum. Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that the AI also says like it's part of like you're kind of like a succubus, but also like it's kind of a dirty joke and that type of thing, right?
Yeah, no, I'm looking at this. This actually looks pretty cool, and it actually has like a decent like art style to it and everything. Like I'm actually for whatever reason I didn't expect what I'm on here for. So this actually is pretty okay.
It's got some pretty nice writing. There's not much to it yet. That's kind of the big knock against it. Is there's not a lot. I played through what was available like fairly quickly.
Would it be fair, and I'm not trying to, if you don't want to rule it out, I totally get it, but would it be fair to maybe when we had this category in the future when there is more, because I actually kind of want to like look at it too.
Yeah, I think this category in particular, like if we bring it back like in future years, like I'm totally fine renominating things.
With the way these particular fucking games work, like I it's almost like that, because Third Crisis is one of those types of games where I played it forever ago, but it officially came out this year, and I touched it a little bit more, and I was like, right, I don't remember what I'm doing. So I stopped playing it, but I put it on here just because it like officially came out this year. So we can probably cut that one, honestly, if you want to.
We'll see, because
unless you feel strongly about it. If you feel strongly about it,
really well made. So
it's actually really well made. Yeah,
and we haven't talked about it yet, so let's leave that. I think that we can cut Succumb though. But I definitely wanted to have it on here mainly to let you know about it.
Yeah, honestly, no, I'm glad this actually, I'm like, that seems like a neat concept, actually. I'm gonna, I don't know, God, how do I wish list something on fucking, never mind. I'll just leave the fucking tab up for now. So it's gonna be there.
It's a thing where I would say just dodownload it from itch so that you have it. And
That's what I'm gonna do.
It's there.
Yeah. It's really cool looking.
Yeah,
it actually looks neat. Yeah, the has a cool idea too. So
the vibe
that
of what
sounds
Julian
neat.
described is really interesting too. Of the like rooftop darkened world thing.
Yeah, it's a really weird concept where it's like you're all stuck up here. Like I don't know how you're really actually surviving, but whatever. Like
right.
As soon as you mentioned it, it reminded me of this game I played that I have on my Switch, the other memory card. Which I didn't bring up here with me. I should have. Where you're just like, you just are doing like, it isn't like you were just doing like gopher quests. It literally is like, you just are in this taxi and you just go around from place to location on the map. And as you drive,
I think Justin played that.
They tell you stories.
Which one was it?
It's way old. Like, man, I
there's that cabbie game that you played not too, like a couple years ago.
I played two of,
and it's played in voxel art is the big thing about this one.
Oh, voxel art. Ooh. Never played the voxel one. I played one called there was one I got on Game Pass forever ago, and I can't remember what that one was called to save my life. But it was a taxi game. The one
this was like a hover
did
taxi
like
a la Fifth Element.
Oh, was it? It wasn't Neo Cab, was it?
I don't think so, because I heard you played that and I didn't play it. And
that one.
It's on PC, right?
Yes. Well, I think it was on other stuff too.
I think I might know then again it says about Mike, because I think I might have seen it like in store pages on sale, and I always like hover over it, but I never pull the trigger.
It's very relaxing.
I believe it. Neo Cab was a pretty relaxing game. That one was PC only. I think I'm pretty sure.
It reminds me of this world in this game. It's cool.
And I think Succumb is also inspired a little bit by Valhalla. Not a lot, but
that's exactly what I was going to say. Yeah, it if anything, that's probably where it was drawing some influence for, especially the bartender simulator thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's neat.
A lot of us are wanting to hear about a struggle with sin.
Oh well, I was gonna say let me talk about that one next. Well, Justin, why don't you talk about one of yours next?
Okay, well, I'm gonna talk about Steps of Debauchery.
Yeah, a lot of us were wanting to hear about that one as well.
Yeah,
Many people are wanting to hear about Steps of Debauchery.
Apparently, everybody wants to hear about Steps of Debauchery.
Oh no, dude! I was really excited to hear about Steps of Debauchery. What is Steps of Debauchery about?
So it's actually not
really
as bad.
Steps, like you just don't want to walk on them.
They're the most debaucherous of steps. No, Steps of Debauchery is kind of an interesting one. In the sense that you don't play as a male character, you are a female. And I find that kind of fascinating for these, and it's not like you're playing a female and like, oh, you're only gonna do, like lesbian thing. There is that in there, but it's kind of just all encompassing. And the elevator pitch, I guess, is you're in a you're in a relationship.
Tell me the whole thing.
Or no, you're not. You're married. You're married to a guy, okay? But and this guy basically looks like what's that one bald porn star that people always troll everybody with on Facebook, that with the military thing? I can't remember.
You mean Johnny Sins?
Yeah, I think that's it. I'm pretty sure he looks like that.
What does this mean with the military thing?
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, there was people used to post on Facebook. I remember seeing this a while back. They would post a picture of him in a military uniform that was basically like a porn setup, and then like, if you don't stop and thank this man for his service or whatever, and people would do it and comment on it because they didn't know. That was the joke.
I mean, I'll thank Johnny Sins for his service in porn, like.
Right. I mean, yeah, but they don't know that. They're leaving thoughts and prayers for them. Yeah. Anyway, he kind of looks like that. But he's kind of, fucking up and being a dick, but he basically bought a bar, and slowly you start to learn that the bar is like losing a ton of money, and this guy's in debt to the mob and shit like that. And so now you're a student at a place, and you get yourself into a situation where I believe, if I remember correctly, you try to, I can't remember if you have to like sneak into this office to do like finish a test or do something with a test, but you almost get caught, and it's a whole thing. And then it starts to lead to like, okay, well, now the dean of the campus knows about what you did for reasons, and you get one of your friends fired because of that, and like it slowly just goes downhill.
Digging the hole deeper and deeper for yourself.
Yeah, kind of, but like now this dean of this campus has leverage over you, and he's kind of using it, and it starts to get like weirder and weirder and shit like that. And I guess the cool thing about it is like you can like actually like fight back against them. Like it's not just like, oh yeah, no, I'm slowly getting into this. You can be like, no, fuck this guy. Like, and you actually like can like if you don't want to do that, like, and then it sort of culminates to a point where like, no, now's your chance to actually fucking get back at this person. And like actively is like not afraid to be like, no, you're gonna, it tells you, it's like, hey, if you pick this, you're gonna miss some stuff, but like this, the way you want to play it, absolutely go nuts, and it'll go a different way. I was like, that's kind of cool. And then like,
that's really cool. Like,
I appreciate the games that will let you know up front that like this choice will like it'll like this is the end of this character's route if you choose this, right?
Yes, there's stuff like that. There's more stuff in the game. Like you're still, it's still not done. There's your really supportive stoner friend who at first I was like, okay, great, they have like a stoner guy in here, this is gonna, and then slowly as it went, I was like, actually this character's not that bad, he's kind of got some stuff going on, I don't hate this guy, he's actually kind of cool. And like then you meet his family, right?
The stoner character needs to come back. I felt that the guy in Stranger Things season 5 or 4, whatever that was pretty good. There
you go.
But bring it back. And
but
porn games are the only places doing it.
Mm-hmm.
That's where it's gonna happen.
You also have your friend who's like the janitor of the school, and you meet a girl at the sex shop that you end up going to. I can't remember why. Oh, it's part of like the dean thing. You have to start doing weird shit for that guy, so you have to go there.
Is it so? Can I ask? Is this like a sandbox type game, or is it more of a visual novel, like point to point?
No, it is sandboxy.
Oh, cool.
There is like a work job thing. You can like you go to school in the morning, and like it'll actually like give you little quizzes and shit to do that actually affects your grade and stuff like that, if I remember correctly. There's like a side job that you can work where you clean your neighbor's apartment. Oh, your neighbor is kind of a dirty old man, but
oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, he's kind of a dirty old man, but he's kind of nice as well. There's a whole thing where like somebody starts sending you gifts and shit like that, and you're trying to figure out who it is. It might be them. It's hard to say. And also, your neighbor's son is a streamer who starts putting you on stream and stuff like that because he notices that his viewers skyrocket when you're on there because you're a hot girl. And stuff like that, and but your character likes doing it because it's fun and stuff like that. It's actually pretty good, like, and it's not fully finished.
Those side quests that don't involve the sex, like they
well,
are also
listen,
satisfying.
Everything pretty much involves that, but let's be real.
But are those, when you say no to a sexual scenario, are those challenges then actually fun and challenging? Because I from my view of these things, like sometimes when they do that, it's just kind of like a delay thing. It's not actually an interesting game. Do you know what I mean? So
what do you mean? No, I actually don't.
Non-sex thing, and it's like it's actually just like discontinuing something, like Julian is saying most of the time.
Oh, you're locking yourself out of, like you're missing stuff. But well, there's enough.
Sex, you're missing like stuff, like fun stuff to do.
Possibly. So where I played it to when I believe it's still in early access, which may be a reason to, because I haven't, the whole thing, they're still working on it. It's definitely, they're at episode 4.0 now. I just seen that came out October 20th. I'm actually seeing that and knowing that now. I'm like, oh yeah, I should actually really go back to that, because I was pretty into where it was going. Like I was like, I actually kind of want to know where this goes.
Yeah, this one sounds right up my alley.
Yeah, no, you should definitely check this one out. It's really cool. If you would, I don't know how well it hangs. I think like I said, it's one of the, it's also, I'm not going to put it on like, being a dick level of writing quite yet.
I mean, there's few things that reach that.
There's few things that really are, right. But it could get there. It depends on where it goes. It could get there. Like it's one of the better ones that I've played that are like this.
Cool.
You know what I mean? So yeah.
Well, that sounds like we're leaving this for now. That sounds really good.
For now, I definitely, the one reason I would maybe cut it is because it's not fully finished yet.
I mean, and only Third Crisis on this list is done, right? So that's
Future Fragments is also done. Okay. That's a finished game. They're still like tweaking it here and there, but that game is done.
Why did you put that on the list? That sounded really good.
No, it is. Future Fragments.
It is. It's still there.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's still.
We haven't cut it.
Yeah, we haven't cut that. Julian just wanted to know what it was.
Yeah.
And the other one that is done is Love and Sex Second Base.
Right. Yes.
Is pretty much done.
What's
they are releasing now DLC for it and stuff. So.
What's that one about? Love and Sex?
Well, you wanted to hear about A Struggle with Sin, Mike. So.
Yeah, Mike.
Okay.
All right.
I want to hear about A Struggle with Sin.
So, A Struggle with Sin is like an RPG mixed with like I would almost call it like town sim type of thing. It's set in this small town that's in between a civil war between two brothers that are warring for succession of the crown, basically. But this small town is kind of like, we don't really care who's in charge. We're just kind of living our lives. And your main character, the game starts out with his guardian getting killed by an orc, because it's a porn game, so you have to like obscure all of the familial stuff.
Well, yeah, fair.
And so basically, the main character kind of, you know, has spent most of his life being kind of like a shiftless layabout, but now he's kind of like in charge of his own well-being, right? So because you start out like homeless because like the Baron actually locks the door to your house because of back taxes owed, so you can't even go sleep in your own bed at the beginning of the game. But you end up running into a witch that curses you with a magical cock, because porn.
Absolutely.
And
you know, why wouldn't that
she
happen?
wants you to do her bidding in order to like basically revivify her, but also the benefit to you is that your cum is magical and it has corruption properties.
Yeah, magic cum.
Yeah, magic cum.
Absolutely. All been there.
Magic cum from your magic cock.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of the core.
What makes
like
the cock magical?
it's huge.
Just the cum? It's huge.
Just very big.
Yeah, it was not huge. It was not huge when you started it. It was like average size, and then now it's ginormous.
Now magic.
Yeah.
Different color.
Veiny, long, thick.
Veiny.
You know, yeah.
Yeah.
Porn cock.
Not like green.
No.
Not like witch enchanted cock.
I mean, it is enchanted, but it still looks like.
But it doesn't look like glowing.
It doesn't have like runes and shit.
Yeah,
no, I don't. No,
I mean,
like
the game's not done yet, so maybe like your final form. Because
who knows?
I want to say that there might have been a scene where he kind of like transforms for a second, but I don't remember. I've played this game for like 70 something hours.
Okay.
So that is kind of the core like good versus evil thing of the game is like, you know, do you want to go a love route with the different characters in the game, or do you want to like corrupt them by, you know, making sure that they swallow, right? Like you can choose what you want to do. And the game is extremely flexible with the things that happen based on your choices. It's kind of phenomenal of like how detailed it gets with like the way the characters like the way information disseminates among characters and stuff like that. So I think I mentioned this when I was talking about it in the main, like during the when I brought it up. But like a good example is like one of my favorite characters is Tia, who she's half orc, half human. So she's like kind of the big like muscle mommy of the game. And she was kind of the first like character that I romanced. Like we actually got married. But you can end up also getting into a relationship with her mom, because there's a part where she will go off to like live with at this half orc village, and she'll kind of like hang out there for a bit. And so when she's not in your party, you can then go and kind of hit on her mom and stuff like that. But then your other main party member is like the captain of the knights of like the, you know, in the town. And you can go kiss Tia's mom with the captain of the knights in your party, and she'll notice that you're doing that. And then like later on, like when you, her, and Tia are like hanging out at the campfire at your where you're training these guards to kind of like police the town. That's one of the story elements. Like she'll be thinking to herself, it's like, man, I can't believe that like he's kind of messing around with her mom too. Like I don't know what I should do about this. Like she's kind of conflicted about, you know, what she should say. But there's dialogue to like accommodate that. Like there's
to
so
accommodate that very specific choice of party members in a certain scenario.
Yes. Yeah, it's
that's
kind
of fucking wild.
It's one of those things where it's like, oh, I wonder if I can do this thing. And then like most of the time the game has accounted for that, right? Like you know, sometimes it'll be a thing where like so like the sex scenes that they have, there's various flavors, right? So the way the game looks, it's made in RPG Maker, but it's all custom stuff. So instead of it being like the pixel art that you normally see in RPG Maker games, it's actually done with like 3D assets that kind of look like a PS1 type game.
That is the one thing that I'm looking at, because I couldn't remember exactly. I remember you talking about this game, obviously, but I couldn't remember. This is the one that's only available on like Patreon,
right?
And yeah, like so I went on the Patreon page just because I wanted to see it, and I, like the banner here, I'm just like, oh boy.
Yeah, the character models like, are rough. They get better over time.
I'm sure.
What's it called again?
A Struggle with Sin.
Struggle with Sin.
The main sex scenes are done with like the 3D, you know, models like doing, you know, animation. And like I said, the further you get into the game, the better like the modeling and the better the animations get. But there's also sometimes when like the sex is done like just in the overworld with like the small like sprites. But sometimes like that leads to stuff, right? So like there was one part where you're having sex outside with a character like in it, like behind a building. But if you change the camera angle to where it zooms out to where it's just like the sprites like from the overhead view, if you leave it there long enough, the friend that she was talking to will wonder what's taking her so long and will come around behind the building and then see you guys. And then that kind of starts her storyline with like her being like, I can't believe that Claire was letting him fuck her like that, like blah 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 blah. And but then she's like, it looked like she was really enjoying it. And so then like, because that character is like a very like prudish kind of like buttoned up character. So that's
I know this archetype too well. Exactly. Yes.
But then, you know, it's also got like this really intricate like time of day system where like there's places you have to be at certain times. There's failure states, and like the only failure state is really like basically like you will end up, you know, losing your chance. Well, not losing your chance. You can always like continue relationships, but that relationship may also have someone else in the town fucking this character, which is, you know, for, as I've said, for a certain element of the porn, you know, consumer community, that's like the worst thing that can happen to them, right? It's like, I can't believe that she's having sex with someone else, right? To me, I'm like, no, more power to you. Like, you know, the more the merrier.
Right.
But it's still really cool that like that'll happen where it's like if you don't succeed to do this to finish this quest at this time, this is going to happen. This is going to be a thing that happens to this character from now on. And it will change relationships that you have with different characters. And then like there's a combat system, and the combat system is straight up Octopath Traveler. Like it has the like, you know, the enemies have like shields, and then you have to like attack their weaknesses to like stun them.
Really?
And it's actually really good. There's a reason why I played it for 70 something hours, and the only reason that I didn't play it more is because I practically exhausted what was available. I know there's a few things that I haven't done in the build that I had, but I couldn't really figure out how to get those things to happen. And you know, there is, you know, as with a lot of these games, there is a bit of a grind with certain things where it's like, well, I haven't fed this girl enough cum to make her corrupted enough to hit this next threshold, so you know, I don't really feel like
sometimes you gotta do. You know.
And it's like some
yeah.
And or you know, it's like, oh, I need to craft more cum wine before I can actually like do this next thing, and I don't have enough bottles to make cum wine.
Yeah.
So you know, it's a problem.
Yeah, who hasn't been there? We've all been there.
It's really good. The writing is really good. The characters are very interesting. You know, the graphics are whatever, but you know, I'm also a sucker for a corruption angle with games.
It seems like it. I have one that I have not nominated that you might be interested in. You have to pee?
Yeah, I'm dying. This is the greatest thing ever. You have to pause. Let me go pee.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Okay, I actually have to pee too, so we'll do
go.
that.
This is
all right.
Julian. I'm fucking dead from feeding the people the fucking cum.
All right, onward and upwards. Do you want me to talk about the last thing on my my thing?
Audience,
why
I'm
not?
literally here eating Halloween candy, just listening to this.
We
haven't talked actually. We haven't talked about two of yours. We haven't talked about Third Crisis or Love and Sex.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we totally skipped over Third Crisis.
We kind of talked about Third Crisis.
Not really.
Yeah,
I don't know what it is at all.
It's I know Julian's played this too. So this might be like the one game that I think we both played. Love and Sex, I guess.
I played a little bit of it, yeah.
Yeah, you dabbled in it. So Third Crisis is kind of like a tile-based strategy game, mostly made in RPG Maker from what I can tell. And
Cyberpunk future, right? Like
hard to say.
It's definitely sci-fi.
Kind of Yes, definitely sci-fi. It's definitely that. It's hard to say if it's cyberpunk or whatever. But the world is now really horny. Everyone's super horny. except for your character but they kind of are too. But they traveled through time because of something happened. I can't remember exactly.
The time travel aspect. Jeez.
Like you wake up and like it's all of a sudden things got real bad outside. Because you wake up in like something happens in the beginning. The bad guy wins, and you wake up in a laboratory. You don't have any clothes on, and then
Am I a guy or a girl? What do I look like? Am I trans?
You're a girl. You play as a girl in this one. And you're trying to find your girlfriend, if I remember correctly. Yes, you're trying to find your girlfriend. Yes, which I did eventually find them. And that part was interesting, at least, because they had turned into the bad guy. Oh no!
How do
and they hated your guts.
What means do you have before you to find your girlfriend?
It's been a while.
I mean, it's a lot. Remember. It's a lot of like, overhead exploration, like old school RPG style.
Asking people.
Yeah, talking to people, doing quests.
Where am I?
Having to dress sluttier and sluttier to get access to certain places, and being more and more open to sexy shenanigans.
There's definitely a lot of corruption angles that seems to be Julian's.
Yeah.
Julian, you saying that right now, just now, makes me realize for the first time, I would be an unhelpful character in an RPG. If someone came up to me and was like, "Do you know the name of this town?" I'd be like, "What?" Like, fuck off. Like, what are you talking about? Someone, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, what are you saying? Like, go to hell. Like, get away from me. Stay away from me. I would be so unhelpful. I would be that character in every, like, do you know whether there's a giant dinosaur? It's like, no, I don't, what? Yeah, there are some. What kind of, what?
I'm trying to eat breakfast.
Sometimes there has to be the person you talk to who just says hooray, or I like fishing.
I'm eating breakfast.
Yeah.
I'm eating breakfast. That's me.
Yeah.
That's me in an RPG.
I like having those NPCs in RPGs. Not everybody has to be giving you like, valuable information.
Take my daughter, please.
Yeah, that was in Castlevania 2 that we just played.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Anyway.
This sounds crazy.
And then basically like the combat is like just a tile-based strategy game with like, kind of Final Fantasy Tactics-ish and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm pretty cold on the combat. I think it's pretty.
The combat's not great. It's super. Yeah, it's less good than what it looks like it is. I think, if I remember correctly, and it kind of has been like that. I played it when it was in very early access, and it had the weird. Here's the funny thing about that game: when it was like now it's fully released, but it used to have a demo. And the demo was just the full game. You could just download it on Steam, just the demo of it. And it was just the full game of what they had so far. But you were like X amount of updates behind.
Oh, that was what I played, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, you could play it for free. And this was, forever ago. Now it's out fully. I remember getting to the end of it and being like, I'm kind of curious where the story goes, but I couldn't remember. But it says a lot that I can't exactly remember what happened. I know the finding your girlfriend angle was kind of interesting because like you find her and she hates your guts now because she's one of the bad guys and all this shit. Yeah. And
why?
She thinks you abandoned.
Did she become a bad guy?
I don't remember. I'll be honest with you. I'm sorry. I don't remember. It's been years since I played it now.
I think,
or at least
on this one, I think the art's really nice.
Yeah, I like the art.
Like I said, I don't like the combat, and it has one of the things that I really hate about porn games, which is the disembodied hands and cocks, where it...
Oh, yeah, it really does that. It does, yeah, it definitely does.
It looks awful. It looks so weird.
It looks weird.
What looks weird about it?
That it's just like hands with like nothing else attached to them, like groping on a character.
Julian, you're into like the VR stuff. I would think that you'd kind of like...
But I'm not the one doing the touching. I'm the character getting touched.
You are?
Yeah, that's bad. Yeah, you're playing as the girl usually. They're usually the object of the sex that's happening. Yeah.
Why wouldn't you be? Why then wouldn't it be? What? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Why then wouldn't it be disembodied hands and pussy?
I mean, there would be that.
Sometimes it might be like a woman that's groping, but it's still like disembodied hands. It's just a way, like, sometimes.
No, I'm saying, shouldn't it be from your perspective? Why isn't it from your perspective as the player?
Because
it could be.
It could be,
in
but
most of the games when they have that disembodied hand and cock, you're the guy, right? So it's like your view because you can't see yourself.
You're thinking.
Saying.
But you're thinking about it way too hard, Mike.
No, I'm not.
You are.
No,
yes.
you really are.
Yeah, you are actually. I get what you're saying. You want it to be from the POV of the person, but that's not what's happening here.
I can basically just see my hands and feet and limbs and stuff.
That's not what's happening here. The basically the object of the desirable aspect of the game is for the character that you are playing as to have sex. So they need to show her almost in every scene.
But I will say there are games where you're playing like the person doing the fucking, and it still is that, like, it's like a first person perspective where it's the disembodied hands and cock. Yep. And I don't like it. I think it's like the artist didn't know. They just didn't angle the shot to where like both characters are in it.
No,
or maybe it's a thing of like it's it's gay if we have like too much of like your character in here. Like
I don't even know if it's that. I think what they're going for is they want to show as much of the it's angled towards men, generally speaking, right? So they want to show as much of the female bits as they possibly can, without you getting in the your gross male character getting in the way of it.
Well, that's what I was kind of getting at.
Objectifiable. Yeah,
that's pretty much it.
I think there's also a thing to the animation side of just like you don't have to block, like Julian's saying. I think that's an added little benefit to it, is that it's like I don't have to block in an interesting way this guy to make sense. You can just be like, grab boob, wiener somewhere,
boob get grabbed,
or even just literally drawing a fucking straight line, like the equivalent of like pointing an arrow at a fucking thing.
Exactly.
Like I mean, if you point it down, it's just a cock. It's just like this point. It's point like a kid pointing at a boob.
Yeah. So I'm gonna talk about my next one and immediately remove it from the list when I'm done. Which is Fate.
I was curious because I looked this one up after. I was like, okay, well, what's the pitch here?
So Fate and Life: The Mystery of Valenhorn, which is a game that I find fucking fascinating.
Yeah.
It cannot.
One more time. I'm sorry. One more time. What's it called?
Fate and Life: The Mystery of Valenhorn. Valenhorn being the town that the game takes place in. And there's a mystery in said town. Fate and Life refers to basically like the, for lack of a better term, Paragon and Renegade situation in the game. Like you can ally yourself with fate, or you can ally yourself with life, which I think is a very awkward phrasing. It's like I what does that even mean? You know, in the grand order of things or whatever.
It's nothing. What are you gonna have? Oh my god! This is basically choosing death. Like you have to be alive to have more stuff.
Yeah, no,
it's so stupid.
This is a game that cannot decide what it wants to be.
Great.
And it looks expensive as far as porn games go. But for all the wrong reasons. So like there's a lot of like pre-rendered like CG cutscenes in this game that do and tell nothing. That have no point. Like one of the best ones is the very beginning of the game. Like because there's always like and I think it's actually AI doing the voice acting for the narration bits.
Oh, that's
wonderful.
It's always like a shit ton. It's like paragraph after paragraph of just droning on about like fate and life and you know like the meaning of the universe and all this shit, right? But like
I've seen that in some of these weird things though.
Yeah, no, yeah.
They do start with a hippy dippy kind of thing.
Yeah, well, this is actually throughout the whole game, but in the first cutscene, as the narrator is droning on about this shit, it just cuts to this lady that's doing like martial arts katas on a rooftop, and it's like PS2 era, like Dead or Alive type. Like if you would let a track
you're kind of
shit.
selling me on this right now. This sounds great.
So the premise of the game is that you're playing a woman who is an undercover detective that is undercover as a professor in a college because there's a bunch of disappearances that have happened recently, and a lot of them have been students. So she's trying to get to the bottom of these disappearances. That's actually pretty interesting. There's another interesting part where when you, and I know I talked about this like when I talked about it initially, but there's a part where you get to interview like the first kid that has been found, and he's talking about what happened to him, and he said he remembers getting out of bed, going downstairs, having breakfast, and his mom was made him his favorite meal. But then all of a sudden he realized, or he remembered that his mom had been dead for 2 years. And it does this like jump scare with like the music, and she looks up and her eyes are black. And it's like, oh shit, that's really interesting too. Like, is this a horror porn game? Like, that's kind of interesting. But they never go anywhere with that. Then there's like this whole cult aspect where they never go anywhere with that. And there's a whole part where they're talking about the 4 rulers of Vollenhorn, and also the font for the 4 rulers of Vollenhorn when it comes up on the screen is literally just the font from Silent Hill 3. It's kind of funny.
All right.
And it's also way overwritten. And I talked about this before too, where that whole scene where you're told about the 4 rulers of Vollenhorn, they tell you about the 4 of them about 3 separate times in the course of that section.
As one
so
would,
you are just like, it's like dialogue, like, full paragraph of dialogue, full paragraph of dialogue, and it's basically telling you the same information. And then sometimes porn happens, right? Sometimes sex happens, and the sex always comes out of nowhere, and the cutscenes always come out of nowhere. Like they very much interrupt what's going on, where it's like there's no voice acting in the main game, and also the volume of the cutscenes is way louder than the rest of the volume, so it's like you're just kind of clicking through the dialogue, and it's like, like, this narrator is like yelling at you all of a sudden.
We can't properly mix these things. What are you, nuts?
And also, whatever the narrator said has no bearing on what's going on. It is bonkers. But I keep playing it because I need to know.
It sounds a lot like the whole like Treasure of Nadia type stuff, where like it's just there's a bunch so much random shit.
But those are self-aware. This is not.
Are they?
I think they are.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. Which the mystery of that makes it more intriguing to me than anything.
How much does the horror element continue?
It doesn't. That was it.
It doesn't, apparently. Yeah.
Not just that horror story, but just like any more horror doesn't happen after that.
No.
It sounds like they had like, you're right. It doesn't know what it wants to be. Like they just they're like, we're going to go this route. And then it was all of a sudden. So you keep playing it. So you haven't finished it yet.
It's not finished. I've played everything that's available.
Okay, so it might be going somewhere. We don't know though.
Yeah, but so far, like so this is that one where I bought it because it appeared to me that it was finished. And then I played it and I was like, oh, this is very much not finished. Because it did not say it was early access when I bought it. Then later, it does say early access. I was just
going to say, it says early access on here now. Yeah, that's funny. They do that shit every now and then. You got to fucking... These motherfuckers, they'll do that.
And so there's been 2 updates since I played through the bulk of what was available. And those updates have been very small. As far as it's like, oh, that didn't move anything forward. Like... really at all. So cool.
How did the dead mom become a sexy situation?
No, it didn't. It didn't go anywhere. Like
wait, like,
nothing happened.
Literally, you're not even saying like it just didn't go anywhere after that. You're just saying like they just showed you that and that was it.
Yeah, that you never interview that kid again. It never comes up again. There is some like paranormal stuff that happens when you're investigating the cult a little bit later, but it's more of just like a time skip type thing, and then nobody questions it. Like I said, it doesn't know what it wants to be. It really doesn't.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm super wish listing this game because this sounds like fucking nonsense that I will laugh my ass off
what
at.
What the fuck is Amanorn? What was it? Fugglehorn?
Valenhorn?
Valenhorn.
We all know Valenhorn.
Who the fuck is Valenhorn?
It's the town.
Yeah, and it's also very clearly set in America, but it's so not. Like when you look at just
what do you
everything.
Mean it's set in America?
Huh?
Is it set in modern day?
Yeah.
Yeah, looks that way.
Yeah.
I was looking at it. Yeah.
But Valenhorn is clearly like a. There's a town in Ohio.
No.
There's 2 towns in Ohio that I think sound like medieval names.
Okay.
It's 2 things in Ohio. I know I'm not saying it right, but I'm just gonna say it anyway.
Okay.
I say Ashtabula Mercy Horse. because there's just,
Okay.
I just think that sounds so. But
Ashtabula.
Ashtabula, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, Ashtabula is kind of weird and medieval sounding, but
I could see it.
Doesn't Flugelhorn or whatever that? So it's just like what?
That,
like a normal
I've never
town?
heard of that one. Yeah, I've never heard of that one.
No,
What is he called again?
Wallenhorn.
Wallenhorn. I'm sorry. I thought he was talking about a town in Ohio now. I was like, that's how off he was. Yeah. Got it.
So
that
that
doesn't evoke something. That's not meant to evoke anything. It's just like a regular ass town.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Is that
it might as well be Columbus, Ohio?
It's supposed to be set in America, but they will often call it a village, not a town or a city.
Yeah, nobody says that, right?
Because it's very much like a very European ass written game. It's all over the place. And it's also one of those games that it's a 3D model based game, but like they can never get the lighting right. So you'll have these scenarios where like one character looks like they're dead because they can't get the lighting right, where it's like their skin tone looks like gray. And it is a problem with like, I think it's Ren'Py in particular that when you're using 3D models, there's something about the lighting that will fuck up. I've seen it in other games, but it's off the list. I'm just
okay.
I had to get my piece out.
Understood. Yeah, I got it.
The one thing I will say that I wish I had known more about was like at some point I was very interested. Like I've never really talked about playing any of these games on here, but at some point I was very interested in Ren'Py as an engine. I actually think it's really interesting, especially as like someone who doesn't know how to code. Like, and so people would describe when I was looking at Ren'Py, like I played visual novels, but people would describe very specific type of porn visual novels. And I was like, oh, I've got to play one. I'd never played like a Ren'Py porn visual novel. I will say, like, I don't know how much, like, that makes sense to me. I've heard you mention that before, like these lighting problems, they look dead. That makes sense to me. I don't know why. I'm going to get back to you and tell you why that happens.
Yeah.
So I'm going to look into them because I know exactly the thing you're talking about. I'm going to find out for you, Julian.
Yeah. I honestly think it is that they have not learned how to light a scene properly is what it comes down to. Like I think they don't know how to position the in-game lighting, or they don't know how to like bring up the tone on the scene. Like I think it actually has to do with just like they don't know how to color grade the scene or whatever, or light the scene properly. But because I've messed with like a long time ago, like almost 20 years ago now, like I was messing around with like 3D Poser, the program, and so I definitely was messing around with lighting and stuff like that, and you can very drastically change the way a 3D character looks, just with like slight shift of the lighting, right? I mean, that's true also with a human being. So, but I just don't think that a lot of these people take the time to learn.
How much lighting. I don't remember any lighting options in Ren'Py when I was messing with it.
Well, it might actually.
It's just the fault of
It might be whatever 3D engine they're using to, because I think those things might be separate. Like Ren'Py might be how they're coding the text.
I think it's probably in a modeling thing, not in Ren'Py.
Yeah.
But because I don't remember any 3D stuff in it.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't have lighting assets in it. But yeah, that's interesting. Ren'Py games are weird as fuck. They are. It is crazy how popular they are. It's a cool concept. It's a cool thing that lots of people, even if just for porn, are like playing things in that format.
Yeah.
It's very odd.
I would say like most of the porn games I have played have been in Ren'Py, and then the rest of them are usually RPG Maker
or Unity.
Here's my question: now that I've played the most classic type of these Ren'Py games, would you prefer Ren'Py as a way to, instead of watching a PowerPoint, if someone was like, click through this thing, would you prefer that over a PowerPoint? If that replaced PowerPoint?
I've never encountered a PowerPoint, so I couldn't tell you. Like I've never had to deal with a PowerPoint presentation in my life.
You've never gone through like a bunch of slides just to see like somebody's thing on it?
No.
I think Ren'Py could replace PowerPoint. I think Ren'Py is a good way to transmit information. I think it's like I think it's a game engine that maybe doesn't need to be a game engine.
Yeah. I don't know.
That's
I couldn't speak to that.
There's my weird hot take for you guys. I think if I was fucking around with Ren'Py and I had to like explain something to a friend, if someone needed expertise on something, or if someone needed me to weigh in on my thoughts on something, Ren'Py would be a great way to do it.
Okay. Justin, let's talk about the last one, Love and Sex, Second Base.
Okay. Love and Sex Second Base is kind of a weird life sim, I would say. The setup is you are a guy, and your roommates move out on you, and so you gotta. But don't worry, they set up 2 new roommates for you, and both of them are hot girls.
Nice.
So, yeah, that's great. So you meet one, and they're kind of they're a blonde girl. And they're kind of, believe they're into video games or something like that. And then the other one shows up, and it's a goth girl, and she's cool and plays the bass, I believe, and stuff like that. Also, you have to go to work, and your boss is also a girl. I mean, everybody you meet is a girl pretty much, except for like 2 or 3 characters. Let's just get that out of the way right now.
Sounds like a porn game.
It's a porn game, yeah. The one interesting thing about it, though, is you can start off as 2 different main characters. The female route, that part is still kind of, they're working on it. It's not fully finished out. But you can play as the blonde girl that is a roommate of yours. I tried it out once, and it's not like it's not fully fleshed out, but you can do it. There's stuff there, right? So you can play it. I believe they call it Brie mode, which cracks me the fuck up because
that's good.
for reasons that are funny to wrestling fans.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Yeah, it's fine. Anyway, how to describe this game and sell it to anyone?
Tell Mike the story that you told me the other day.
Yeah.
Mike.
Yeah. Okay. I'll even add to it. So like I said, it's kind of a life simulator.
Mm-hmm.
Sandbox style.
Sandbox style. So like every action that you take takes a certain amount of time of the day, right? You also have,
so
a hunger
Sims
meter.
Or Persona?
More Sims than I would say anything else. But you're playing as one character, and it's all in like, it's kind of almost like visual novel-ish. Like you're switching from, scene to scene or whatever. Got it. Yep, you have a hunger meter, you got to manage your stuff. Every action takes a certain amount of time. So the things that can happen to you in this game, and it's funny, as I was just scrolling through pictures of just pictures people took from the game. And there's just one thing that I'm like, how the fuck do you even get that to happen? Just scrolling through here, and it's just a man being hit by a bus. Just getting decimated by a bus. Mm-hmm.
So that's a bad answer, my friend.
Because it's like, hey man, we're done with our porn game. Like, let's put up some photos to get people real horny.
Right.
What do you think we should put up?
So
guy gets hit by a bus. Obviously,
this is like on Steam's, like you can look at like what users post on like a board or whatever. Like they'll just take screenshots of the game, and then so somebody took the screenshot. I mean, I would have taken that screenshot.
Yeah, it's like,
too.
look at this shit. I can't believe this shit is in here.
It's not your character getting hit by a bus. It's just some random dude just getting run over by a bus.
Yeah.
So. Okay, I realize now that I never told this story on an actual podcast. I think I just told it to Julian.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to,
which is great. I'm really excited now that I get to say this. So you went and found out
how the guy gets hit by the bus?
No. Okay. No. This I just seen that today, just now. Just scrolling through pictures, like how the fuck do you even get that?
Major event in the game?
It's probably not. I don't know. But I'll tell you. Okay, so let me describe what happened. So there's one character that you can meet in a back alley, and she will like basically hustle you, and try to get her kind of abusive boyfriend to beat the shit out of you and steal your money. And her name is Lexi. Okay, and basically you go through a whole thing with her, and she'll every time you meet her, like you're out money and shit like that. Like it's a whole thing. So. Basically, things were escalating with them to where time to deal with this abusive boyfriend of hers, gotta make something happen with that. But before I do that, I also have this thing going on at work that has been a huge thing, right? This has been basically in-game months in the making of me trying to become the CEO of my company, okay? Yes. What? So I've been working my ass off. I got to like the the like salary limit, and it was like you can't make any more from here. And I was like, okay, that's fine. That's enough to, you know, do pretty much whatever I want in the game. But then I start like looking at guides, which they basically have open for you. It's like, hey, you can, if you do this will happen. Which is pretty cool.
You had more money than you knew what to do with, but you still needed more. You fucking
no. I didn't have more money than I knew what to do with. Not at all. Because everything in the game is like kind of priced according. Like you can pay $20,000 to buy a sports car, and I never even sniffed close to that.
Okay.
Stop. What's going on? Wait, what job do you work? This is
Hold
so
on.
much.
I'm getting there. Yes. So you work.
He just in the head with information.
Your character works as what he describes as like a code monkey, but he very quickly after you start working, like just in the regular office, you get promoted slowly and surely, and so you have your own office.
Code ape and
they
then
give
code
you
gorilla and
right.
Yeah.
They give you
Code
an assistant.
Code Super Saiyan.
Mm-hmm.
Right. They give you your own assistant. You're basically like talking to all the girls in the office who are getting hired. You're bringing up the new talent, the girl that they just hired, and like kind of showing her the ropes and trying to help her get promoted. You're dealing with your boss who's like has a whole thing going on, and this other girl who has a whole. There's like what they call the office harem, I guess, if you want to call it that. So basically, I really liked the boss character. Her name was Aletta. She was cool.
Cool name.
Yeah, it is a unique name for sure. She rides a motorcycle and will pick you up on it and then take you out to shoot guns in the woods.
Okay, yeah, it's definitely the Justin character.
Yeah, for sure. But so it wasn't really for her relationship. Also, very important to note here. The CEO's daughter, before this event that I'm about to describe, the CEO's daughter tried to get me fired and arrested for stealing money that she actually stole from the company. So I had to install a spy camera in my office to catch her saying all this shit and admitting to it, and then held it over her head so that she was basically like kind of like my assistant, but like, you know, it was a little
Sexy
bit
assistant.
worse than that. Yeah, like, yeah, kind of basically. So like I said, she's the CEO's daughter. So then the CEO starts to show up and go like, you know, because he's checking in on his daughter now and so on and so forth. And they start arguing about shit. Now this escalates eventually to me being like, man, that CEO guy whose name is Dwayne and looks exactly like The Rock, is kind of an asshole. All right, so there's something that's got to be done about this guy.
But he's got a clause in his contract that means he can never lose.
I mean, he owns politicians, Julian. He's a very powerful man. There's no way we can bring him down, but he's got to be stopped. He's been holding this stuff over my boss Aletta's head and using her for, you know, his own personal, you know, weird shit and all this other stuff. He must be stopped. And he has a wife, and we learned that. So we go to the house, and I start, you know, rizzing up the wife, as the kids would say, right? And so, and basically, I had to convince this wife to get me into this man's personal safe, so that I could set him up and turn him into the police, because he's a problem. So all this stuff goes down, and we're like, all right, now's the time. You got to go to the house, right? So I do. And then basically what takes place is the man shows up. He was supposed to be, you know, getting on his flight, but he comes back because he knew something was wrong. So he showed up and he starts beating the shit out of me because he's The Rock. But then all of a sudden, because of the choice I made in the previous part, Aletta shows back up and shoots him in the head.
What the fuck?
Yeah, just ices this motherfucker, right? Now, so that's a whole thing, right? We are in some shit. Basically, the wife of the man, the wife of the CEO, Dwayne, is like, okay, listen, this is what I'm going to tell him. We're all going to be all right. Don't worry about it. You guys were basically never here. I'm going to say he basically abused me because he did hit her beforehand, which was why there was also an altercation. because she did get hit by the guy. So she's like, I'm going to say that I was defending myself and I'll take the heat for it, whatever. It'll be a self-defense thing and you guys will be fine.
Cool.
And we're like, all right. Okay. So I go home after basically being an accomplice to a murder. And all of a sudden, Lexi calls me and is like, hey, you got to meet me over here. And I was like, okay, let's do that. And so her abusive boyfriend then shows up and starts fighting with me. And then I fucking murdered that guy.
God damn. After the first one, it's pretty easy, right? Like,
yep. No, but I did this one myself.
Like, oh man, it's so crazy about that murder earlier today. Yeah, funny thing.
Yeah. I did this
you
one
will not
myself.
believe on the way home.
Yeah, I did this one myself, and then the same night, I went and buried his body in the forest and went home and then went to my job, and everybody was like, wow, we're going to really be dealing with the fallout of this murder. I was like, you guys have no fucking idea how crazy it is right now, okay? It's fucking wild out here. So yeah, basically, I murdered 2 people in one day. It was quite an elaborate event that I didn't mean to do. It just kind of sprung up like that. Also, one fun thing is there's also one character in the game. Her name is Kylie, and she is the younger sister of your ex-girlfriend who always had a crush on you. Her crush is basically like a yandere crush. She wants basically only she wants you all for herself, and if you talk to any women in front of her, a little meter fills up that if you don't know what it is, it can be a problem because it's basically a box cutter meter. It is called the yandere meter. And slowly, if you talk to other women around her, that little meter will slowly fill up. Also, every time you talk to her, it gets this kind of like really kind of actually pretty good song plays where it's kind of like subtly creepy. It's really, really good, actually. I was kind of impressed. Like, I was like, this song is really fucking kind of creepy the more you sit here and listen to it, actually. She will basically, if you let that bar get out of control and talk to other women in front of her and do basically, you have to see that she's at a place and then immediately leave because you can't do anything unless you're just messing with her. She will start to stalk you and your home, and you can install a spy camera. You can get her sent to prison if you do it right. She can murder your roommates if you do it wrong. She will eventually give you a game over scenario where she will murder you. These are all things that can happen with good old Kylie. That game fucking goes, man.
Are there any other murderers in the game? Like, this seems like every storyline has to do with murder.
No. Most of them are just like your kind of common character tropes a lot of the time. Like, there's,
That's even weirder. So, like,
yeah.
So you're having, like, that common stuff. You're being like, well, I guess if you come back to the library tomorrow, we can maybe study together. And then you're like, I still have to bear the head.
I think that, I think that's what makes this game special, right? Is that because when I played it, I was like, okay, this is a pretty bog standard like sandbox, porn game. And I was like, this seems, like the art's nice, like the writing was fine. I was like, nothing here to really hold me. And yeah, when Justin started telling me some stories, I was like, oh shit, I need to like go back and actually play this.
It takes a while to get to some of those points for that stuff to start popping off, and it is a test of like endurance as to whether you're going to stick to there. But like there's something for everyone in that game. Like, hey, are you into like weird pregnancy bullshit? You can do that here, I guess. The corruption angle is there. You can start like actually building that up. I learned hypnosis, Julian, out of a book. I can do martial arts, play guitar. There's a whole band scenario that I actually missed out on. That would be it's definitely made to be like played multiple playthroughs because you will definitely miss shit. You will definitely fuck stuff up, which I kind of think is cool about it. But you can also like kind of in the playthrough that I did like recently, pretty like maybe a month ago or two, I basically fucked something up because I wasn't quite 100% sure how it worked, and I basically got one of the female roommates to move out on me because she was pissed because I was basically sleeping with the other roommate as well, because I just was playing an absolute dipshit the entire time. You're definitely not, you can definitely play like a monogamous type thing, or, you know,
but most of these,
try to do everything.
But so the first of these I ever played was Summertime Saga, and I initially was like, okay, like I'm gonna reject this girl because I'm with Eve. But then I started to realize, oh, you're actually just supposed to like get with everybody.
Yeah, you're supposed to get with everybody.
That's how most of these games are. So it's interesting when a game doesn't do that.
This one's not. They start to catch on to you as to being with other people and shit like that. And like they're like, at some point they'll like catch you in the middle of the thing, and they're like, we got to talk to you. This is real bad. And you're like, what's going on? And they're like, yeah, we live in the same house, asshole. Like what do you think, we don't fucking talk? Like what the hell? Like, and basically the one roommate moved out on me. And then at some point I went to some part of town, which was the back alley. And I don't remember why I went there, but suddenly that character's dad showed up and kicked the shit out of me. And which I thought was pretty entertaining, actually. Yeah. I was like, I had that coming. I did. I really did. I deserved it. It's wild. Wow. It definitely has its flaws, for sure, 100%. Not every character is like super great. A lot of the times you're getting you have to do like stuff where you're like, okay, I gotta like compliment this person or have the same kind of conversation with them to get their like love meter up or whatever. And sometimes that like it's basically repeat dialogue. I wish they would add a little bit, like a few more lines every now and then for some of them to talk about. I think that's kind of a problem. But other than that, like, man, it goes for some shit. And there's a ton of stuff I still haven't seen in there. I think as I was talking to Julian that night, I kept looking up scenarios. I was like, I didn't even fucking know that could happen. Like, how the hell do you do that?
How much of it is bullshit, though, before you get to the cool stuff? Like, how much of it is like, yeah, come back here tomorrow, come back here tomorrow, come back here tomorrow type stuff?
It's a lot of it's like that, for sure. Yeah. It takes a while. It is an endurance test. It definitely does. And it kind of, it's one of those things that like, I get into time management shit for some reason, because I'll just like sit there and be like, man, I'm kind of bored. But then I'll look at the clock and be like, wow, 3 hours have gone by. Holy shit. Like, and I've just sat here.
More than anything else will sneak up on me where I'm like, oh, it's 3:30 in the morning. And I had no idea. Because I will just get into that loop and not realize.
It's such a weirdly addictive loop too. Yeah. Like, I don't know how it's almost like you're doing like your daily routine with like, variations here and there, and you get kind of like caught up in it every now and then. It's really hard to explain unless you actually play it. But yeah, Love and Sex Second Base is quite good. It has come a long way since I played it in early access forever ago. And like I was playing, I bought the DLC. That's why I was like, I would like to try this game again. The DLC characters were actually pretty fun. One was like a guitar playing electric store, she worked in the electronics store, and she was cool. I liked her. There was one that was like I want to say the term is gyaru, for in Japan, where they're just like very sex focused Japanese schoolgirls. I don't know how to explain it. You'd have to look it up, but that's their whole thing. Her name was Reina. She was okay. I don't know. It's an interesting one.
Yeah. So
for sure.
So what I'm hearing is, unless you guys like think otherwise, I'm hearing that the three that we have to talk about is Struggle with Sin, Third Crisis, and Love and Sex Second Base.
Yeah,
I love those. Those.
Third Crisis. You want to nominate Third Crisis or Future Fragments?
Which one was Third Crisis again?
Third Crisis was the strategy one with the tile based. Or I would take personally. I would like Future Fragments over Third Crisis personally.
Okay. Future Fragments just didn't really stick out much to me when you were talking about it. Like, I think maybe part of that is that I'm not really into like mainly like just like the 2D pixel art.
No, there's other stuff. No, I know, but I know the bulk of the gameplay is like in the like Metroidvania style
setup.
Yeah, for sure.
But if that plays really well, also, then I'm fine.
I was going to say it does.
Okay.
Yeah, it actually does.
Yeah.
Like it actually plays like a video game. Personally, I would take it over Third Crisis.
I mean, that's fine with me. Yeah. I just kind of, like I said, Future Fragments didn't stand out when you initially talked about it, and part of that might be because I have played Third Crisis, so I'm. That's fair, and also it was the first thing we talked about, and it's been a little bit. So,
what was the plot of Third Crisis?
You have to find your girlfriend in the dystopian world, and there's lots of corruption and sex, and
it's kind of like that in Future Fragments too, to be honest. But you're trying to find the fragments.
Does Future Fragments have a sex fighting angle to it?
When you lose, right? Like
when you lose, there's stuff that happens there.
What is that about? Why are you getting fucked after losing a fight? Like
because you lose the fight, and then the enemies take advantage of you. You see,
they're very horny,
but you're horny, so you're into it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I want to ask more questions.
Okay, fair.
But then after that happens to you, then it's like, aha, I'm so horny that you thought I was at my weakest, but you just allowed me to recover. I still had stored away fucking.
No, the way they get out of it is they basically have a respawn mechanic. That's like they basically like can eat their earring or something like that, and they basically they disintegrate and then they respawn.
Basically, as if I have a basic understanding of eating an earring.
I don't remember exactly. Yeah, I don't. It's like some sort of thing.
Like,
I remember that's the mechanic. Okay, generally speaking, that's how the mechanic works. All right.
So what? Instead of oh shit, I'm about to die. Yoink, chomp.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, they're like, I'm not getting out of this one, so they just basically eat their earring and then
but
respawn
not until after they're covered with cum.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Well, yeah,
absolutely. They get theirs and then they're out.
So, but then you respawn past that enemy, or then you have the chance to fight them again.
No. You respawn at the beginning of the map, and you have to go all the way back there because it's.
Well, that sucks.
Well, you still have all the stuff that you got.
Well, but then I'm sort of being punished for getting fucked, so it is sex fighting.
I mean, yeah.
Everyone on the battlefield.
It's a fail state. It's a fail state of the game. It's a fail state of the game.
That's a lot of these games, right? Struggle with Sin.
Yes.
When you get defeated, your two party members get fucked. You pass out, so you don't. So your character doesn't see it, so that his masculinity is not damaged, but they're totally getting it on, and the more times that it happens, the more they're into it, and then they're kind of like, man, I kind of wish this orc was fucking me right now instead of hanging out with this dude.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
That makes sense. That sounds good, actually. That one.
Yeah.
That platformer.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
It's actually really cool. There's actually Metroidvania stuff. There's a lot of stuff where you're freezing shit and having to jump on that to use platforms. Every level was kind of pretty well designed. It was really good. Yeah.
Cool.
So I came here tonight with the plan of lobbying hard to get A Struggle with Sin named Porn Game of the Year. But I gotta say, Justin, you have sold me on Love and Sex. I think that's the winner here.
I really like it. I think it's something. It's so out there and insane at times that I think it's fucking wild.
Yeah.
I really like it. But I am very fascinated by A Struggle with Sin. I actually do. I wish it was off of Patreon. Mm-hmm. That's my biggest complaint about that game. I remember when you talked about it, I was like, that sounds kind of neat. I would like to check that out, but
But it looks like you can just download it, Justin. I don't think you have to.
I'm pretty sure you.
I saw a link that said download it. I wasn't logged into Patreon.
I think you can download it's basically I think 3 updates back from the highest paid tier.
Yeah.
I am not seeing anything like that.
If you go to About.
If you go to their About page.
It's in the About. Yeah. Okay.
I think it's either at the bottom or at the top. Hold on, I'll find it.
Yeah.
Download here, right underneath the first picture.
Got it. So you're not getting the latest update, but you can actually update it or download it. Okay, that's not so bad.
Yeah.
Then.
I think I would love to talk to you about it more in depth. Maybe not on the actual show, but maybe just
Oh yeah.
off mic because I'd be curious to see like your thoughts on it, because I think a lot of the stuff it's doing simulation wise is kind of amazing, and just like the intricacy
it almost
of
sounds like.
Don't you guys have a Patreon?
Yeah.
Dude, this is only this is only $1. Like, I wonder if you can just use your Patreon money. Just like you get all the latest updates for $1.
Oh, I don't need all that. But no, I'm just. Now I lost my train of thought. Damn you, Mike, with your dollar shit. I forgot what I was gonna say. But yeah, no. Shit. Yeah, your dollar shit. No, that game sounds neat. I will definitely have to check it out soon.
And if we do like bring this category back, like in subsequent years, I reserve the right to nominate it again as it progresses.
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I want to play it. That sounds cool.
All right. So for the winner of We Played It for the Story, aka Best Porn Game, we have Love and Sex, second base, taking the lead or taking the award, with A Struggle with Sin and Future Fragments in the runner-up positions. Gentlemen, that leads us to the final category for this week, which is Best Looking Game. And so, just as to describe this, as I mentioned it to Mike before we started, this encompasses everything. So this is art direction, this is graphics, this is presentation, this is style, things that pop visually, for a game. So this kind of runs the gamut. What we have so far for the nominees are Unicorn Overlord, Harold Halibut, Until Then, Astrobot, Warhammer 40,000 Space Marines 2, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Metaphor ReFantazio, and Thank Goodness You're Here.
Mm-hmm. I want to add another one.
Yes.
I want to add two more.
Absolutely.
I'm going to get back to you on the second one, but I want to add in SteamWorld Heist 2. Because I love the SteamWorld world, and I know you guys mentioned it that there's people that are into that on an episode I wasn't here. I love SteamWorld. I think it's one of the coolest looking franchises of all time, and I'm really excited to play Heist 2. SteamWorld Heist is an awesome game. I have it on a bunch of platforms. I think I have it on the DS. I might have it on the Switch. And I think I have it on. I know I have it on PC too. It's just a cool game. Mm-hmm. The whole SteamWorld world is just one of my favorite genres. Like they've made their own weird. It's steampunk is I guess what they're trying to say it is, but it's not really. It's steam engine stuff. It's really cool. It's fantasy and sci-fi, and it's awesome. SteamWorld Heist, the first one, is in space, and it's really cool. There's Mass Effect references. There's Final Fantasy references, but it's just it's very granular. It gave me my love of whatchamacallit, XCOM type games.
Okay.
SteamWorld Heist. It's the XCOM-esque, cover shooter that I've played the most. I've played a ton of hours of SteamWorld.
Okay.
And their whole look of kind of painted, kind of 3D, kind of whatever, it's really beautiful. It's specifically the most beautiful part of it is this soft shadow, painterly look to all of their art in it. And the way it animates is very early Flash, video game stuff with robotic sort of looking drawings in what you'd call an After Effects puppet in a lot of cases. This is a very pretty world and universe, and I never get to talk about it. And they had a game that came out this year, so I don't even care that I haven't even played that or bought that. Fucking gotta stick by them.
Okay,
so good. That's the only one I'm throwing in.
Oh, okay. I thought you said you had a second one. Okay,
change my mind on the second one.
Okay,
no.
Oh, okay.
Duly noted.
No, the other one had too many games that it just looked like it. Don't care.
So I'll kick this off. I'm willing to make the first sacrifice, which is I think Call of Duty Black Ops 6 is absolutely one of the best looking games of the year. but it's nothing that you haven't seen before.
It looks like a Call of Duty game.
It's an extremely detailed, like, it's like lavishly produced and like nails the setting, right? Like I think it succeeds across the board. But if we're going with a more realistic title for one of the games, I would much rather go with Space Marines 2 than Black Ops.
Sure.
But again, like, I nominated it because it is one of the best looking games that I've seen this year. It looks phenomenal.
Yeah, no, I was wondering how that, when I seen that on there, I admittedly got a little fearful. I was like, oh no, here we go. Like, this might be like really rough because I know Julian at the time of this recording had just finished it.
Yeah.
So I did, I was like, oh boy, I don't know how this is gonna go. I'm a little nervous.
It is just a phenomenal looking game, though. Like when I would go talk to my teammates, like in the home base, I would be like, God damn! Like, just watching these characters talk is like kind of next level shit. Like, it is super impressive,
right?
Because it's very much a thing where like they could easily phone in the campaign because like, that's not why most people come to a Call of Duty game. And it's kind of amazing how hard they went on Black Ops 6's campaign. It's amazing. So, but I'm totally fine with letting it go.
Well, in the spirit of that, Julian, I will also, I'm fully fine. I don't know why. I put it down because it is it looks pretty good, but at the same time, it's nothing like insane, I guess. And that's Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Yeah. I can agree with that.
Like, it's a great looking game. Don't anybody get me wrong out there, but like, I feel like when it comes to this category, I mean, it looks like what you would expect it to based on remake. You know what I mean? Like, it's totally fine, totally serviceable.
We're talking about best looking game of the year, so we do have to get nitpicky here. There's a lot of parts of Rebirth that I think don't look all that great for.
I wholeheartedly agree with you too. Yeah,
and I know we're going to fight about one of these a little bit later, and it's a similar thing for me where it's like there's a lot of parts where I'm like, oh, that doesn't look all that great. But,
hold on. Is it because I bet it's the one I'm thinking of, and if it's Metaphor, that's fine.
Yes,
we can cut it right now. Yeah. Actually, I put it down because I felt like honestly, when I looked at what you had, I was like, I don't really have much to add, but I feel like I should add a few things that people are going to be like, well, why isn't this here? And I guess that was one of them that I thought of.
It's worth talking about.
It's worth talking
about. Again, presentation is part of this, right? And the presentation of Metaphor
is awesome.
Amazing, right?
Great. Yes. I would say if we were judging it, if we had a category for best menus this year, I think it would win. Like,
absolutely.
Down.
Yeah.
Like,
if we were doing
they're really awesome menus.
If we were doing like the classic Giant Bomb best style category, this is number one with a bullet. Like no argument.
Win. Yeah, absolutely. And which is kind of why I put it here.
Because we don't have a category like that.
We don't have that. So,
like, honestly, like, the more I play the game, like, as I'm just walking around the environment, I'm like, ooh, oh, this is a little rough.
Wholeheartedly agree. They get into a lot of, like, so they didn't, to their credit, they don't do, like, the infinite dungeon shit. But they do, like, tend to do, like, their dungeons that are there are kind of like, it'll be a kind of reusable asset type thing going on.
Oh, and I'm fine with that part of it. I just mean like the actual,
I am
like,
too.
Overall quality of like the picture.
Certain visuals get a little bit blurry, and so on and so forth.
I like the design. Like, I think the world looks interesting. I like the design of the characters.
Fully agree.
It just feels that like if they had just like done like another pass on the graphics, like if they had really tightened up the graphics in level 3. I think it would have like taken it to that next level, but it's just not. It's not quite there.
Nope, I'm wholeheartedly with you, and I
that's the one I thought I was going to get into a fight over.
Nope,
okay.
You're good. I like I said, I added it because I was like, yeah, it's a good looking game. I'm not really gonna fight for it though. Yeah. Like I was, but yeah, I felt like we should at least mention it. So there you go.
Pitch me on. Thank goodness you're here. I have not played it yet.
It is.
I haven't picked it up.
I know, yet. And people should. I love the way it animates and looks. It flows super seamlessly between its like actual animated scenes from just gameplay. everything that it just looks it feels like you're playing like a weird Adult Swim cartoon, which is exactly what it's going for, and it pulls it off like absolutely brilliantly. And the transitions in it are like just so seamless and shit, and like it knows what it is, it knows what it's going for, and it fucking kills it almost the entire way there.
I want to plant a flag in this topic. I think
Yeah,
you're crazy
sure.
if you don't have Thank Goodness You're Here in the top 3.
Okay.
I think it's so good. I think it's so pretty. I think it's just a gorgeous game that no one else is trying to make anything like.
Yeah, it's so much its own thing that like it like I said, it feels like you're just playing like a living cartoon, and like it like the way it transitions from stuff and like there's a scene where you're like mowing a lawn, and you're just, you know, your guy is just going back and forth across the screen, and slowly he's getting closer and closer, but in the foreground it's just these two flowers telling each other how much that they love each other, which is funnier when you see it, and it's great.
I'm watching a trailer of it. It does have this kind of like storybook quality to it, like it kind of reminds me of like you remember those kids books where it was like the animals, like the cats and stuff like that, and they were all doing like jobs.
Richard Scarry.
Yes.
Yes.
It reminds me a lot of that. Yes.
Yeah. I can
and
see
maybe
that.
a little bit of Where's Waldo.
It's undeniably hip.
Oh yeah.
It's an undeniably hip game.
Yeah.
Man.
It's British as shit, man. Like I said, it knows what it knows what it is. Like it's absolutely
it has to be on your list. If you care about this game at all, if even one of you that cares about it, has to be up there.
Oh, I love Thank Goodness You're Here. It's one of my favorites this year. So
I'm putting a star by it right now. So to kind of put a pin in it for now.
Yep.
I'm also really interested in my other flag in your guys' choice,
which is
I want to. Astrobot. I think you're crazy not to have that as the top 3.
Oh, see,
I think that is such a beautiful game.
Astrobot is my pick for taking it all. I think it's one of the best looking games I've seen in a long time.
100%. Justin, I almost bought a PlayStation for it. It's a console grabbing game.
How many times do I have to say before you get it?
Well,
but to be fair, you also have not played it.
Yeah, I've watched it. I've seen it.
I haven't played it either, though.
No, I mean I was talking about.
Looks like an Astrobot game.
I know. I'm saying.
They have a style. I've seen it before. You know, like I mean, it does what it's doing perfectly fine. It's very fluid.
Doesn't a sequel prove how cool the style is? Is that like you do it the first time, it could totally be a fluke of this neat, like, because it's pitched as this like
because they basically just probably reused all the fucking assets from the PlayStation
not from what I've seen.
Preview thing. I mean, I'm not saying all of them, but they had the template right there.
But I mean, it's just like it's just so pristine and gorgeous, and like the reflections and like all of the stuff that they're like filling the screen with, and the color and like the scale of everything.
Playing new tech. Right, Julian? It looks like you're playing something new on the newest tech.
Yeah, it
makes you feel that way all the time.
I mean, I'm not saying it should be cut or anything. Put a star by it. It's fine. Yeah. I'm done with that.
Those are my only.
I'm not
two
saying that.
opinions,
I'm just
honest,
not. I'm just telling you it does not absolutely nothing.
Oh man, that's insane to me. But okay.
Yeah. Sorry, doesn't do anything for me. Just the Astrobot aesthetic period just does zip for me. Just don't care.
You have no joy in your heart. I understand.
Which I want to.
No, I don't.
No,
You're right.
No. Let's not make it that. I have actual questions for Justin.
Sure.
Because you don't often have this kind of like blasé in this way. Although the other day,
when it comes to Astrobot, actually, I kind of do. I don't see what other people see in that.
I know.
Shit.
I know. I saw. I was watching a clip the other day. By the way, just it made me think of you. There's this like YouTuber who's trying to be like Mr. Beast.
Oh,
and he comes up to this guy and he like wants to give him money. And the guy, I didn't actually see the guy. I heard it as an audio clip, like someone on a podcast was talking about it. But the reaction, I was like, I could see Justin reacting to Mr. Beast this way. It was like the guy was like, "Hey man, I thought your day might get better. I give you $1,000." And he goes, "Cool, man. Yeah." Like,
Yep.
I can totally see Justin being like, yeah, not even saying thanks, like, cool, nice.
Yeah, cool.
And so when you have blasé, I'm very interested when it's real blasé and not just you're not sharing what you're thinking.
Yeah.
Why doesn't it blow you back? I would almost bought a console for it, and I don't have any memories to these games or anything. Like
I
that,
said,
really.
it's nothing I haven't seen before. Yes, it's a pretty PlayStation 5 game.
Which
but
part
it's just,
though?
it's,
Which part have you seen before? Like the digital.
a good amount of the game.
Yeah.
I've watched it. Yeah, like I've seen like that thing that comes with a PlayStation 5. It looks like that. It looks a little bit better, sure, absolutely.
Oh yeah, I think
but
it
it's
looks
still
way
that.
better than that one.
Yeah, I don't see it. I'm sorry,
Okay.
I just don't.
But it's not specifically like the aesthetic that you're like, oh, this weird digital world aesthetic. It doesn't go.
No,
for
it's
you.
fine. I feel like it's very very much going to cloud everyone's nostalgia for things, and I get that that's really cool, a really cool aspect of it. But I don't think it actually fucking looks that great. I mean, it looks good. It's a good looking game for the style it's going for. Don't get me wrong. Again, leave a star by it. It's clearly going to be in the top 3 because 2 out of the 3 of us are very much pushing for it. I get that, and that's fine. But I just don't see it that I really don't. Do you fuck it all. Let me just tell you what I honest to God like find the most fascinating off of here. I think Unicorn Overlord is okay. Harold Halibut is a really cool fucking looking game though.
Harold Halibut's really cool.
That's the one I'm like most intrigued by here. Until then, I think looks great too.
Yeah. This one's actually a pretty hard category for me. Because I mean, so Unicorn Overlord I think is absolutely one of the best looking games I've seen this year, but I can let it go.
Vanillaware art style.
Well, and it's fantastic, but
it's great. No, I know. I'm right there with you.
I also just think with Unicorn Overlord, to be honest, like somebody had recommended to me another game that has a similar art style, and I just think that like that's out there. I feel the same way. Like there's fantasy games with that overdrawn fantasy. I feel like out there. You know, if to go off Justin's point to say that
sure.
gorgeous doesn't always mean unique. Like
no, but I do think it's just a beautiful game. It
great.
was definitely a game that
I
held up as like, you know, I love how different games look today because I had like a screenshot of that, a screenshot of Videoverse, and then I think I forget what the other 2 games were. They were much more like capital G graphics type games, but I was like, I love that we're here where like all of these different games can exist in the same time.
Yeah. Right.
I am okay leaving it. When we started, I felt like it had to be in the top 3, but the more I'm looking at this list,
no, I'm kind of agreeing with you on like I when I first seen it, I was like that's probably going to be in the top 3, and then but like no, it is Vanillaware games look great. But they still look like Vanillaware games. Like you can just, I mean, that's kind of what's awesome about them and what's kind of a detriment as well. And when it comes to this specific thing, right? Like
there is an element of like we've seen it before where like
I've seen it before.
Harold Halibut, and until then, like we really like, I mean, until then, obviously has a lot of similarities to A Space for the Unbound, but there's something about the way that Until Then is drawn and animated that feels different from anything that I've really messed with.
I can sort of agree with that.
Like Kathy, right? Like the way that she animates and like that smug smile that she has and but also like when she has the really sincere smile on her face and like that when she rocks back and forth on her heels in that really cute way, right? But then even like the super like tiny details, it's 2D pixel art, and they were able to get across people's eyes misting over with tears. Like I can't believe that they were able to pull that off with like pixel art.
Yeah, they actually did. Yeah, they do a good job of it too. It's quite impressive.
So I don't want to get rid of that one yet.
No, absolutely not. No.
And Harold Halibut, I feel that like I do kind of want to honor that game in some way, and I feel this is the only place that we can do it.
This is probably and I agree, and I think it has a really cool, unique look.
I really think Harold Halibut's a top-notch choice.
Yeah. I do.
I
that's
think
a great choice.
Actually, I think that was one of the other games in that tweet when I was like, look at this, right? Like,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I wholeheartly agree. As soon as I seen that, I was like, yeah, even I have to admit that's a pretty good looking, awesome, unique thing, looks wise, especially.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess the question now is like, so we have Astrobot. Until then, Harold Halibut. Are we cutting Unicorn Overlord and Space Marines?
So I cut Unicorn Overlord.
Okay, I'm down.
Space Marines 2 was an interesting choice. Why did you think that belonged in this one?
Oh God, it is fucking incredible.
Yeah, I mean it's really cool, but I just want to hear.
There's been a lot of discourse this year about art direction versus graphics, right? It's been this big ballyhoo, right? Especially from like the Switch heads who were like, oh well, graphics don't matter if you've got really good art direction. It's a lot of cope because they realize that they have like a potato that they're playing on.
You'll have that. Yeah.
Speak the lead. Speak. Do it for me. Tell me of the cope.
but honestly, like when I was playing Space Marines 2, I was like, this is the perfect blend of art direction and graphics. Like every shot just kind of looks gorgeous and over the top and massive, right? There is a photo mode in there. I didn't mess with that so much. I've since you can't really share things directly to Twitter anymore, it's really like dissuaded me from messing with photo modes like I used to, because it's just like a few extra steps that I don't really like to hop through. But I ended up sharing like a lot of screenshots of Space Marines 2 because I was like, holy shit, like look at this game, like the lighting and just like the bigness of everything and the design of everything. Yeah, part of that I definitely owes a lot to Space Marine, right? Or sorry, Warhammer. Warhammer, it's very new to me because I've only really played one other Warhammer game, which was Space Marine 1.
Right.
So that might be coloring it a little bit. I don't want to cut it, but I don't think it hangs.
Do you think that direction, that art direction, comes through in the gameplay, or is it just in cutaways and stuff?
No, actually, no. Gameplay for sure. Yeah,
because the cutaways are always fucking on point with anything that they make with the Space Marines in Warhammer.
Yeah,
like they're all like that, the shiny gold, fucking awesomeness. That Catholic Church shit.
Yeah.
Like that's always fucking rocks. Everything they do. I will randomly go on Warhammer like products websites and just be like, "Oh, fuck it," cuz they'll make these renders of shit.
Yeah, if anything,
but if it's in the gameplay, I encourage you to put it in because I also thought it looked really awesome. I'm excited to play it. I think being bold and cutting, you have so much stylistic stuff. It might be good to get in there. I don't know. You're cutting all
that's true.
You're cutting all the AAA shit.
True.
You're sort of siding with the Switch heads in this actual conversation. And so I encourage knocking something off the list just to make a point.
But I'm fighting hard for Astrobot, which I think is very much like
true. I forgot I backed you with Astrobots. So fuck the Space Marines. Yeah. Oh no, fuck that. Yeah, fuck that.
All right. I'm okay with letting it go, but goddamn, just a gorgeous game.
Great
and honestly,
game.
Like to your point, Mike, like I actually probably like the in-game stuff better than the actual cutscene stuff.
I'm so excited to play it. I'm so stoked to play it. After I beat Outer World, so I'm going to beat Outer World. This is my plan games-wise. I played through the super hard mode on Outer World. Which means you always have to save at your ship. You have to eat and drink food and fix all your weapons. And if the characters, your people in your party die, they die forever. I'll beat that, and then I'll do probably Space Marines. That'll be my new shooter.
Yeah.
But I'm also starting Outer Worlds on easy mode with my significant other. To have them make all the choices, because that was part of me playing it again. It was like, now I'll be like her DM when she plays.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
So I'll be like, all right, and then we'll play on easy mode, and I'm like fucking amazing at this game and know where all the enemies are. So I'll just be like, just doom through the whole level, and then be like, okay, now we're at the next location. Like, what do you want to choose? I'm pretty excited to do that.
Yeah.
Oh man, there's so many different routes you can go with choosing the different corporations and different people, and I'm still seeing new things that I've never seen before in the game. Did either of you ever play the DLC for that shit?
No.
They're both murder mysteries. One's a sci-fi murder mystery, and one's a like detective murder mystery, and they're both incredible.
Oh, neat.
They're pretty awesome. I actually think YouTube would like the DLC more than the full game because they're pretty quick.
Mm.
So
for sure.
Anyway,
I'm looking through SteamWorld Heist 2 screenshots, and it's leaving me pretty cold.
Yeah, man. I just wanted to. I'm bringing it up. I don't really have a ton to say about this topic that you guys didn't put on there. I'm bringing it up as like I never get to talk about SteamWorld.
Sure.
It happens to be eligible for this category.
Yeah.
I would say SteamWorld Heist is not as good looking as SteamWorld 2, which is the I think the best looking game. And then they made a card based team fighter.
I remember something like that.
Steam World. I don't think it's called Steam World. I think it's called like something Steam Realm, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
I do like the design of the robots. That's cool. But I think just like the overall look is just kind of like whatever for me.
It's more because the game gets you in this very closed vibe. So it's this game that you play grinding, and the original one is literally a digging game, and then in the SteamWorld battles, the heist ones, you're like stuck in these ships and asteroids and stuff. It's this game that makes you feel very insulated and in the darkness and kind of like early Web 2 games on the internet kind of feeling to the whole thing. And but it's really hard.
Mm-hmm.
That's really the only reason. And so I'm just bringing it up.
Okay.
I don't know whether this next one's good at all. I just thought nobody ever talks about SteamWorld. I love it.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm a big fan. I've been
my argument was going to be that I was like, well, it looks exactly like the first one, kind of. Right. Maybe a little better. Right.
Okay.
But I'm not attached to it. I just wanted. That was the only one I was going to add.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Duly noted.
All right.
Now it gets difficult.
Well,
maybe not that difficult. I might be the only person here that's like really going to bat for Until Then in this particular category. And I think it might probably get its props in other categories in the next 2 weeks.
No, I really like the way that game looks. It's very good pixel art, but it is still pixel art. And like even like some of its best moments they do kind of reuse a lot. Like not that that's there's anything wrong with that. But like they do. That every sprite is very good looking, but it also kind of to me it always reminds me of like I don't know. It's one of those games where like the sprite art looks familiar, but I can't put my finger on where the fuck it's getting like inspiration from. I think it looks great, but I'm kind of like, it depends. I'd take it over Astrobot for sure, but this is kind of on you at this point, because like if you like Astrobot more than it, and I'm totally willing to let that.
Yeah, I think I'm more on Astrobot than
That's
Until
fair.
Then.
That's fair.
But it's close. Like I really love what Until Then is
fair.
doing. But also part of that is also like animation, which I mean I think it that does play a factor in here, but
absolutely it does.
Not the major factor.
No, it's very good sprite art, but
okay, I'm okay.
What's interesting is I don't. So wait, can I say something just to be that guy?
Sure.
Because I know Pixel Art is talking about. It's technically not sprite art because one of the things about sprite art is that you never change your scale. So, like, if you ever in this game you zoom, so a sprite can only be basically that you have this size of pixelation, and every animation is in that pixelation. Therefore, it's impressive when they do stuff. But like games like this, or like the cutaway scenes in Street Fighter, for example, those aren't sprite art. Like it's sprite art when they're playing on screen, but then the cutaways are like full detail, and that's like really interesting to distinguish between pixel art and sprite art, though. Like, and why this game I think looks so good is because your mind fills in. As I was scrolling through the art on it, it's like your mind fills in details on these characters, and they make great use of that. So,
Sure.
the characters, it's really impressive. The characters' details when they zoom in are not that much better detail. Like,
Oh yeah, I'm
Right.
not even really talking about the zoom in part. Just like the actual like just the normal characters that you are interacting with, like that are moving around on the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm saying they make great use of that juxtaposition. That's like a big film trick, is to like show with the way that characters can emote and all those things up close, and then when you zoom out, like your mind fills in like what's going on.
Right.
Like, and it makes
Okay.
makes really. I'm actually wanting to compliment them as it not being sprite art, to be like, it makes great use of that of that juxtaposition. It's really pretty. It's really pretty.
Nice. Awesome.
I thought that was cool.
That is cool.
So we've got Thank Goodness You're Here, Harold Halibut, and Astrobot left.
Mhm. You want to know what my vote is?
Thank Goodness You're Here.
No.
Oh, Harold Halibut.
I
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's my personal
Yeah.
vote on what I think would be like. I love Thank Goodness You're Here looks wise. It might be my favorite looking game of the year, but I absolutely can 100% tell you that I think Harold Halibut, like looks wise, is awesome. So yeah, to me that's where my vote in the heart lies.
I'm
Now,
looking it
can I
up
ask you
again.
a question, Justin? Do you watch a lot of stop motion stuff outside of Harold?
Not too much, honestly. Not too much.
So what's interesting is that Harold Halibut is kind of like, from a stop motion history perspective, a kind of fairly common style of stop motion, a sort of easily replicatable one. While the game is gorgeous and it is very pretty stop motion, there's definitely like stop motion nerds out there. I'm not amongst them, but I think that this game is beautiful. But there are stop motion nerds out there who will be like, oh, well, like it just looks like this thing and that thing, it's this generic process.
Well,
but my argument to that,
to just say that.
No. My argument to that would be yes, but nobody's done this in video games.
And also
and implemented that into that.
And also
medium.
it's not actually stop motion. They created all of the characters as stop motion puppets, but then converted them into polygonal characters that are then rendered in the game. Because I thought it was stop motion because it completely fooled me. The only reason that the illusion was broken was when occasionally the characters would like not render properly as they were loading in. It's like, oh, okay, they're actually like just regular polygonal models that look like stop motion models.
So years ago when I was at school, Phil Tippett, the guy who works for Aardman and does a lot of their stop motion stuff, he's one of the big directors there, came and spoke to us, and they were talking about their Pirates movie, which was a claymation, one of their set to be one of their last claymation films, last full claymation, and they were talking to us about it, or I forget, it wasn't last claymation because Wallace and Gromit were claymation. There was some big thing they were doing with it, and he was talking about like. Well, and for some of these scenes, when we had background characters, we felt as though we needed to add more background characters, and we digitized them. And he was like, and really, it was not that hard to digitize them and put them in. And this person in my class got this bone in his, like got something in he was going for this bone. He kept asking me this question, and Phil Tippett wasn't really answering. And the ultimate thing that my peer was saying was, because I talked to him after, he was like, did you see, he said that CGI worked better. So, like, to what extent do we need stop motion anymore? Like, he described it as easier, faster, and undetectable from stop motion. So why would you craft these other things if that's the case? What would be the point of that? Especially if you're telling us the reason it was so easy was because it was composited in a 3D space. So there's like an interesting thing here that like I quite frankly I plan on using this technique of scanning in stop motion dolls because I'm working on a project right now because it is so easy for me to do. It's so easy for me to make a stop motion doll, create some parts of it, and bring it into CG. It's just as easy, especially with the cameras that we have. Like I'm literally actively working on a project with this technique. Cool. And so I love Harold Halibut. It's very slightly different than the way Harold Halibut did it, but like it's a very, very cool thing. I wouldn't be one of those nerds that said that. Like, yeah, it looks like the stuff from Deathmatch and these sort of generic kind of heads and things in some cases. And there was a series of animations that were done, I think for Adult Swim, where it was like more mundane life stuff.
Mhm.
So it's been done, but it's awesome. It looks cool. It doesn't matter. You're right. Like the main accomplishment of it is it's a video game. I agree with you.
Right.
Fucking 100%. It's
Mm.
rad.
Yeah.
It's rad.
Yeah. It's very unique to itself.
So I'll reiterate that I think Astrobot is one of the like best looking games that I've seen in ages. Like I think it's just a glorious like feast for the eyes. Like especially like when you finish levels and like they'll like shower you in like hundreds and hundreds of gems or apples or what have you. Like there's just like a lot of fun to the look of the game. But to Justin's point, like it is stuff that we've seen before, and I have not seen anything that looks like Harold Halibut before.
Yeah,
and I am actually pretty cool with putting Harold Halibut in at the top.
I'm perfectly fine.
I think if the fight was thank goodness you're here for the number one spot, I would fight harder.
No,
because I think that game is charming, but I don't know that it like.
I never. I knew I was never getting that in the top spot.
Yeah,
100%, and didn't intend to.
I have to push back. I really think Astrobot should be number one.
Okay.
I almost bought a PlayStation 5 from seeing that Astrobot game.
That's true, yeah.
I still may buy a PlayStation 5 from seeing that game. So there's a thing in animation and film and stuff that we call like showing seams, or a hero side is another term that we use. And it's like, you don't want to show people the work of it because it'll take away from it, right? So it's like, you want to show them like the best thing / like you don't want to show them how you might have cheated corners. Astrobot feels like getting to nakedly see the graphical capabilities of the PlayStation 5 without worrying about showing the seams. Just shows how good it is, and it looks beautiful. I have not given a shit about graphics and like anything like that from the PS5 or whatever, or feeling like I was missing out on something by only having Xbox and PC and Switch.
I like how I'm looking at it, and there's just a lot of like nothing in the background of this world right here, like just nothing happening in the background.
What are you talking about? There's stuff going on all the time.
No. There's just a bunch of like fog just over here in this world, in this Japan world. There's just like nothing. It's just like there's floating mountains and stuff, sure, but like just blank space. Just I don't know.
But don't you think that that's part of what I'm saying? Is that like then it's like now so we're not going to distract you with the asset right in front of you looking shitty. You know, we're gonna show you exactly what you're looking at, so that even that you can't get away from the nakedness of it.
Yeah, just doesn't do anything for me. I'm just watching it. I mean, it's very fluid, very nice. Look, probably a blast to play. Looks wise, this doesn't do that much for me. Like I respect what they do with the visual cues of it. I don't know. It just doesn't do anything. I don't know. It's just kind of boring to me. I don't know why.
Yeah, that's.
Because I look at Astrobot and I just find it just boring to look at. It looks like, I don't know. I know it does a lot for other people, and everybody's going to hate me on this one, and that's fine. I don't care. I think Astrobot is boring to look at. Sorry.
I'm glad you're saying it.
Yeah.
I don't know if that necessarily will be the case, because I do feel that like Astrobot came and like was like a megaton, and then it like went away. Like I haven't heard people really talking about it like since it was like white hot.
Possible. It's possible, but I don't know. I think once Game of the Year, like when we actually get into that, I think this is going to come back up. And now then we'll have a different story when we're talking about that. Do I think it's maybe the Game of the Year? I don't know. I could be convinced though. I can definitely see why people like it from a gameplay standpoint. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I think it has cool mechanics and all that shit. I could absolutely be convinced there. When it comes to looking at it, it looks like they pull off what they're doing. They are making an Astrobot game. This is how they are always going to look going forward. I don't see them ever really improving here, and that's not to their detriment. I'm sure there's other stuff and other places they can go with that look, sure, but I don't know. That's the Astrobot look. It looks like an Astrobot game. Congratulations, you nailed it.
But so to me, I think that a vote for, this is what my feeling on it is, a vote for Astrobot in this department
is a vote for America.
Is a vote for America.
Fuck America. I hope it burns.
Me too. I'm siding with both of you. I can see both sides of it. But I think that there's clearly a pointed thing here of releasing this when the PlayStation 5 starts and when it's kind of going out. Like, they're not going to make another one of these. They're going to make the next one for the next gen.
No,
Like,
I guarantee. I feel like they will probably keep making these.
Really?
They will, but
Yeah,
I kind of do think that, like, considering like how well actually apparently they developed this game in about 2 years or something like that. So it was like a really quick development time as far as modern video games go. So I guess there is a potential that we could see another Astrobot game on the PlayStation 5. But I kind of tend to agree with Mike that it's probably going to be like a launch showcase for the PS6.
Oh yeah, for sure. And then they'll probably make another one at some point, at some other point. You know, it may be like this release cycle for them almost every time. They'll be the next showcase that will come with the system if that's a thing that they decide to do again, right? And then, you know, a couple years or however long down the line, they'll be like, here's the full Astrobot game or whatever, and they'll go from there. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, we'll see.
I guess I'm bringing it up to say, don't you think this is sort of a swan song? It's the beginning and the end of showcasing the PS5 graphics. So if a vote for Astrobot is a vote for just PS5.
No,
I definitely don't think that. I don't think that with any piece of my heart.
At least of the PS5. So
yeah,
at this current time is what I'm saying. Like, this is, I guess swan song's the wrong word, but like, it's the start of it. Like, you know, it's meant to be like, this is like,
I would say it's the best looking PlayStation 5 exclusive this year.
Asshole.
There you go. Nailed it.
Well, I mean, doesn't that deserve a spot?
It is. It's in top
I think to put this in perspective, right? Like, there's also the element of it being a platformer. And like, so if this was like Mario Odyssey 2 that we're talking about, Justin would be like, yeah, it's Mario Odyssey 2. Like, it looks like Mario Odyssey. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like,
yeah, these games do nothing for me. Yeah, they really don't.
If it was like, you know, the next Ratchet and Clank game and it blew away Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, Justin would be like, yeah, I mean, you know, it's a nice looking Ratchet and Clank
I don't know
game.
though. Rift Apart, if we would have had categories when Rift Apart came out, I would have been like, okay, no, that one is probably the best looking game. That one looked incredible. That was a like showpiece for that system and all the things it did. All the like random tech that it had going on with like the fur and shit like that. I can't remember what it would have been up against, but there would have definitely, and it's kind of the same here. I just think other things are doing more unique things that I find.
And that's why I think I'm with you on Harold Halibut, because it's like nothing that I've ever seen in video game form. It's like stuff that I've seen in other media for sure.
Absolutely, 100%.
Not in video games before, right? Like
that's my argument. I need to really reiterate something that I don't think I'm getting. I know I'm being kind of a dick about Astrobot. I don't think it's a bad looking game at all. I just don't think it's the best, like, most interesting thing to look at compared to these other things. I think it definitely deserves the spot that it has. Yeah. If it was my own personal thing, I find other things more interesting than it personally. Yeah. And that's just where I'm at. But I can definitely concede that it looks good.
The thing to remember about all these Game of the Year deliberations is that, like, to get to this point, right, like, these are all, like, some of the best in their categories, right?
Yeah.
Now that, you know...
I want to... Sorry,
I was going to say, like, when we get to our top 10 portion, those early nominees, there will be some of those where it's just like, well, we're just putting them on here to talk about them and cut them
to get rid of them.
But you know, for the most part, like in these individual categories, it's like they were nominated for a reason. So,
I can pitch a top 10 list idea that we could start narrowing it down pretty quick, but we'll see when we get there.
Can I make a pitch if you don't want to put Astrobot at the top? Can I actually unpitch Harold Halibut as number one? For I think you should, thank goodness you're here.
I can't go there.
Yeah, and I actually, like, as much as I love that game, I honestly I'm
just gonna make a 30-second to 15-second pitch on it, just to put it out there in the world of talking about art.
Sure, why not? Go
there is an element of animation which always says that that a lot of people think it's the more you do, the more detail there is, that's the more impressive that you are. But I am someone who's really influenced by a studio called Zagreb, and they were this studio that sort of revolutionized kind of just animating simple shapes to create like a vague person-like object. There is also great skill to less detailed stuff. And I think that that's worth just saying, that just because Harold Halibut has more detail in it, I don't think that that means that it's just like the Pixel game we kicked out. Like, being able to do more with less is actually more skillful than being able to do more with more.
But see, that's not the argument, though.
No, I'm just positing that so that in a discussion about art, as for the archives of time, I have said that in regard to that game.
Gotcha.
No,
okay,
I am not actually
this isn't the argument, man.
I want it on the record.
I love that we're at the point where we can have like animation that or video games that look like actual animation, whether it be like super detailed animation or like more simplified stuff, right? Like I'll go back and play like South Park: The Stick of Truth and be fucking blown away that it's like, holy shit, they made South Park into a video game and I can't tell the difference between the video game and the TV show, right?
Yeah, I think that's an impressive feat.
Because for years they tried to like convert South Park into video games and it always felt and looked weird. And then all of a sudden it was
I played South Park 64. Yeah, it was weird.
All of those South Park games, like, and all of a sudden it was like, oh no, this is the actual show. But look at this, I'm actually moving these kids around and changing their equipment and stuff like that. This is phenomenal, right? So like, and I think that's super impressive. But it's also a thing that I've definitely seen quite a bit at this point, where again, Harold Halibut is like, and again, like it fooled me multiple times where like my brain was like, I can't believe this is stop motion animation. It's like, oh wait, it's actually not. But I kept thinking that it was, right. Like they.
Yeah, I guess my point to that is that what I'm saying is that actually has existed for quite a while, versus like the thing of like in other words, there's other CG that goes into that looks like it's stop motion, like really successfully. But
where?
I guess my point, like, there's this thing. Go watch the Pirates movie. That's CG.
No, but I'm not talking about other medium. I'm talking about video games.
We're not talking about other mediums.
I know. I'm making the argument that like when it comes to raw animation, like just with like outside of stop motion or whatever uniqueness, like it's a skill every time to take a character that like if you want to replicate stop motion into CGI, that exists, but every cartoonist who creates a minimalistic thing, that's a unique skill they have to do every single time to create that minimalistic, bizarre design. You look at The Simpsons or places that their characters are in shapes and representations, cartoon representations that aren't common. Like, it's a unique skill in itself every single time, but not just between like between South Park and Thank Goodness You're Here. There's a certain like amount of design being done that hasn't been done before versus a 3D model, which is meant to be anthropomorphically like other stop motion that's existed. There's a baseline, things that we can work off of versus like blobs and shapes and fingers that are just basically hooks and loops and circles. I think that's the only distinction I'm making. Otherwise, Harold Halibut is a crazy accomplishment. It's insane.
Yeah, and that's that's kind of what I'm on about. Is that I've seen plenty of stop motion stuff or stuff that has been made to look like stop motion in commercials or animation or movies, but I haven't seen it in a video game.
I'll put it like this, honestly. Would you have even played Harold Halibut had it not looked the way that it looks?
Me personally, probably, yeah, but I don't think most people.
Probably because the
that's
vibes,
kind of my type of game.
like the vibes definitely hooked me in.
But how much of the vibe is the look?
It's a lot. It's definitely a lot. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if that had a completely different art style, like how
because I know the first time that I saw it would have been during either a not E3 presentation or a Game Awards presentation, where either way I was watching it with people talking over it, which means that I was not getting everything. I was getting very little of like the music or the voice acting or any. I was getting mostly the look. So, and that is the thing where I was like, like I remembered it, right? Sure. Like I was waiting for it to come, and then
it's such a standout thing. Yeah.
Yeah. it's undeniable that nobody, like what Justin's saying, it's undeniable that basically the only reason people are, because we are the type of people, us three, who play those types of games where it's maybe a bummer or maybe a weird vibe or maybe about something not mainstreamy video gamey. The only reason people are talking about it is because of the way it looks.
Yes.
Right.
Like, it's undeniable.
Yes.
It's undeniable that's yeah.
All right.
So I'm fine with it at number 1.
Excellent.
Okay.
But
Me too.
symbolic art is very difficult, and it's all there's no formula for it. If my character is a triangle, it's just it. That's just a triangle. There exists no anthropomorphic. I have to cheat the anthropomorphism every single time. There's no guide. We can do stuff with eyes or whatever, but it's all unique every single time. That's my point. That's to be recognized here.
Sure.
It's like, because I always tell people this with Family Guy, where it's like there was this argument for a long time where people be like, The Simpsons is way better than Family Guy because Family Guy like doesn't even animate. It's like, yeah, but like there's a scene in Family Guy where Peter tries to throw out this dead frog that's in a box. And it's about a minute of the show that they're looping, I'd say 12 frames of animation of Peter trying to get this frog up the wall using the backside of a shoebox.
Oh, I remember that bit.
And that is genuine comedic animation, because if you make a whole big Disney style sketch about the dead frog and everything has this big build up and settle and you shoot it on ones and everything's moving and the water is splashing and whatever, who cares? Because all it took was 6 frames that Peter's not even fully animated. It's just his forearm, the box, the frog. It's basically the frog is the only thing that's animated. And it's just Peter's wrist and forearm a little picking up this box. It's a straight line, basically. And it's the frog. And that makes you laugh. That is, effort does not denote like better. Like so you don't get extra credit on art. If you manage to do it with fewer lines and fewer things, it takes a real skill to make someone laugh with a single frame. And like, that's basically what they do. And so I don't always like when there's a discussion, especially my expertise in my world. I don't like to just be like blanketly being like, yes, it was this big impressive thing versus like someone just did it really simply. They have equal value in the world. They are equally skilled, there doesn't have to be one or the other.
Yeah.
Michael, I feel high just listening to you talk.
Well, it's an effect that happens.
It's great. It's fun. It's like kind of its own unique buzz sometimes. It's great. There's times where I'm just like zoning the fuck out and I'm just like, I don't even know what he's on about anymore. This is over my head. I'm dumb.
I told a friend of mine recently, I was like, it must be so frustrating when I just talk about something and I'm like into it for like months at a time. and then like 3 months in, they'll say a point about it, like something I'm obsessed with, and I'll be like, yeah, I think I'm wrong. It's like the only thing I've talked about for 3 months, and it's just like, and I just keep bringing it up, and then they'll be like, yeah, but did you consider this? It's like, oh yeah, you're right, I'm wrong.
Hey, but
okay, I'm done with that topic forever.
But I admire the fact that you can admit and concede that point. Absolutely. Right? A lot of people can't.
Exactly.
Oh man, if you think you're interesting, you're a fuckhole. If you think that you're
right.
If you think that you talk and people are like, I can't wait to hear what they're gonna say, like you go fuck off. Like go fucking crawl in a bathroom and puke in the
that just kind of
puke in a little
now
bucket.
I just feel like the show has been attacked on a very like primal level. So thank you, Mike Fallek. I appreciate it.
Oh no, I'm not.
No, who's the king of talking and thinking he's interesting? Me, but like.
Right.
Like, it's just there's so many people that get in their head as soon as man, I see it with people as they get like older. They really think that if someone shows interest in them, they're like, wait a minute, I am Socrates. I forgot for a minute that I am fucking Socrates and people want to bend at my feet and listen. You're like, okay, no, everyone's just taking turns talking, telling little things.
Yeah.
It's okay, man. It's like, it's all pretty stupid and we're just kind of doing it to like wait until the next meal. Or bowel movement, like I'm asleep or eat or bowel movement, and then until then, I guess we'll chat a little.
That is the stated purpose of this show, is to just like pass the time until people's next meal and or bowel movement, or both. Like if you want to just like kind of sit on the toilet and kind of just like shovel it in one way while it's going out the other, like while you're listening to this.
Watch the whole digestive process in action. Yeah.
I listen to this show at work all day, man.
There you go.
This has accompanied me on many, but Oh, that's the problem, is that people like, that's the problem when people don't like me 90% of the time, is because it's like they have an experience where I'm like, oh yeah, like, but it's all fucking dumb. And it's like the idea of everything's fucking dumb. I think then sometimes if someone gets into me and finds me interesting, and then I'm like, yeah, but like everything's stupid, then like you don't have that. I told people I'm in my founder phase, where if people are like useless to me, like I kind of act like a tech founder now towards them. Like if people are an asshole to me, like you get one chance, and then it's like, then I act like a tech founder around you. And like I think that like
right,
that's my new thing. I'm in my I've been watching. I rewatched everything about Elizabeth Holmes, and I'm like, I'm just in my founder phase now. I'm in my tech founder phase. You know, it's just like, I think there's people that buy into their own bullshit, and I think then there are, so the people that actually don't like me, I think they start to buy into my bullshit, and then I'm like, yeah, but like everything's fucking stupid, you know. I think that's a part of people that don't like me, is that like I'm actually not spinning some fucking cult. And then the other side of people that don't like me, I think it's because they don't get that I don't think anything I've ever said is serious ever. It's the most unimportant. I'm the most unimportant person on the planet. I can't imagine someone who matters less to the integrity of society than me.
We've all been there.
Honestly, like I just don't care. It's like, if you think you have like my great opinions, what the fuck was I on about right before this show? Right before I was talking, like there's some shit I was talking about for like 3 hours before this show. Going on and on and on about who knows what it was.
I imagine, yeah.
All right. Capping off the first week of the Stage Select Game of the Year deliberations, the first category was Best Game Not Released in 2024.
It was about whether or
God
not
damn it, Mike, I'm wrapping up the fucking show.
It was about... It was about whether or not you could get...
Mike, we're done.
Don't make me hit the Amy Grant button again, Mike.
I want Shasta McGrath.
This is not the forum for that. I don't have the board turned on.
Best Game Not Released in 2024. The winner was This Bed We Made, with runners-up Starlink and Hyrule Warriors. Next was We Played It for the Story, aka Best Porn Game. The winner was Love and Sex Second Base, with runners-up A Struggle with Sin and Future Fragments. I know you guys are just like knocking down the doors to try those games.
Yeah.
And last but certainly not least, we had Best Looking Game, with Harold Halibut taking the lead, and Astrobot and Thank Goodness You're Here as the runners-up. That is a very interesting and eclectic group of Best Looking Games. Also, a very interesting and eclectic group of categories. And before we wrap up, I do have one last award to give out, which is the Stage Select's Incredible Achievement Award, which I would like to give to Mike Fallek. Mike Fallek,
my goodness.
You created and released a video game, and that is an incredible feat, my friend, and you should be extremely proud.
That's true.
And I think that's incredible.
Wow.
Trauma presents Poultrygeist. Be sure to pick it up.
I don't know if I have a sound effect for it. Hold on.
Yeah, give me Amy Grant.
Works.
No, that's a different thing, but you know what? It works. You're our butterfly, Michael Fallek.
Yeah.
Thank you. I was really proud of it. We sold a few copies. I really think that it's a gorgeous game. I'm really proud of the storytelling that I did in it. It was a new foray into this world. I'm like excited to do more with it, but I think I was really proud of it. I am very proud of the game. I think it's a cool, weird little thing.
Yeah.
I made it to be my addition to Trauma. Anytime there was a time where I thought, man, I could do it this way, but that's a little bit more ambitious, and I could do something a little bit more simple to maybe make it like whatever. I was just like, just stick with the plan. Make it Trauma, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we accomplished that. Everyone should go watch. If you don't want to play the full game on Steam, or you're not into visual novels or whatever, everyone should go watch the first cutscene from it, which is on my Newgrounds. Is fantastic. I'm really proud of it as a short film. I sort of made the first cutscene of the game in the same way that they made the Sin City Josh Hartnett scene. And I sort of made this scene, and I kind of thought, if I could make this scene, which is this short film that I wrote about, basically about like witchcraft, it would work. The whole thing could happen. no matter what it was, I could finish the game. And that scene is really cool to me. I'm really proud. I'm proud of the message. Stop fucking mowing your lawns with gas mowers. You're gonna fucking kill the planet.
Mike,
It's really fucked up.
I have to pitch something to you right now.
Go ahead.
So at one point, I did a segment on this show called Steam Review.
Mm-hmm.
I am on the page for your game, and I did not know that it had a Steam page. I'll be honest with you.
Okay.
And I feel like I need to read a review for your game, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. It's a positive review.
I think there's only 2.
Yes, there is only 2.
Yeah.
It says, fun, hilarious, choose-your-own-adventure visual novel game, especially if you're into all things absurdist, weird, and wacky. Sort of reminds me of Adult Swim animated shows like Xavier Renegade Angel.
Mm-hmm.
The off-the-wall visuals really stand out as a highlight of the game. I didn't always understand what was happening, but I think that's kind of the point.
Yeah.
Which, for some reason, I was like, that just sums up Mike Fallek in one sentence right there. One playthrough took about 90 minutes. I'm sure I'd discover more stuff on a second run. Overall, would recommend. So, there you go.
That's 100% fair. I know the person who gave that review. It's 100% fair because they reached out to me after. There's a 100% fair review of the game. Part of its appeal is that like you have paths, and your experience in the game is so much different if you don't choose a certain path.
Mm-hmm.
There is a way to like play through and back out and see all the paths. You can watch it on Newgrounds. So basically, what you miss out on Newgrounds if you watch like the full. So there's the first scene, which I'm really proud of, and then like the full playthrough kind of, which doesn't involve everything. It allows you. We put that up there to allow you to be like, oh, like I didn't choose everything. Like, what info am I missing? But what's missing from it is the actual game at the end, because the choose your adventure part is just going through and trying to investigate stuff. There's a game at the end which involves actually interrogating and learning about what everybody knows, and trying to figure out what actually is the call. There's like an actual, what do you call it? Like parlor room scene where at the end you get to ask everybody, and you get like these sort of tellings of what they did and what they were doing, and then you can make a guess as to what's going on here. I really think it's one of the only games that lets you choose that lets you do that.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm really happy about it. I'm happy with how it went. I'm happy with the whole experience and everybody I got to know.
Nice.
Yeah. And I'm excited to make more games. I'm really excited to make more games. I'm excited to make more simple games. I'm excited to make more. This was really an animated film. It's basically there's 3 animated films in that I just have always wanted to make. One is that opening scene. The other is this fight scene that happens later on in it. And strung throughout that is an adventure game. But I'm excited to make more simple games and stuff like that. It was a big accomplishment.
Yeah, absolutely.
I feel leveled up from it. And this show was a big part of feeling like I could do it, to be honest.
Oh yeah. And I would like to cap it off by saying this in the more like this category and section of Steam for me. The suggestions are Class of 09 The Re-Up, which is a very funny game, very funny visual novel.
Yeah.
The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles.
Yeah.
Necro Barista Final Pour.
Yeah.
And Escort Simulator 2.
100%.
Excellent company to be in.
I'm fine with all of those comparisons. I really
am.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Can't really get better comparison than Escort Simulator 2.
What was the award I won?
Julian
said I had an achievement.
It was the lifetime
not
achievement.
Lifetime. I think it was just something like great achievement.
Game of the year.
I forget what it was.
He forgot it already.
I had actually written it down. I had it planned ahead of time, but I didn't actually write down the thing.
Again, it's the butterfly achievement. It's the butterfly achievement award.
Butterfly sugar baby.
Award.
Not everybody gets that, Mike. Not everybody gets that.
Sexy. All right.
What did she say? Pretty little thing.
Oh God.
We're gonna go ahead and start wrapping this up, but tune in next week for the second week of the Stage Select Game of the Year deliberations. I won't reveal who the guests are, but we do have guests booked for every one of these weeks. But I will reveal the categories next week. Please look forward to the That Don't Impress Shania Much award, the Owen Wilson Wow Award, and the Best Character Award. And that is what we were going to be deliberating over next week. But
that's for New Year's Eve. Dick Clark will be here for that. Do you like New Year's Eve, Julian?
I mean, I'm whatever.
I feel very whatever about New Year's Eve. It is now my anniversary, so I like that with my sister.
Oh, there you go.
But I like that. I don't really like New Year's Eve.
I don't care.
I'm not crazy about it.
I've gotten drunk. Like I've only gotten drunk twice, and one of them was on New Year's Eve, and that was fun. That was actually like at the end of 2020. I felt like that really deserved, getting drunk over.
There you go.
I think that was the first time I got drunk, actually.
Yeah.
We're going to go ahead and take off. You can find us on the internet. Justin?
Twitch.tv/TyroneSwift to watch all of the streams that I do, usually on Saturday nights, but not on this particular Saturday night that we're recording.
Well, and this is also like way in the past of when they're listening to it, so... Yeah.
Exactly. Yes. So it'll probably be on when you're watching it. I mean, I can't guarantee anything because you never know what's happening. But at the same time, you can watch.
One of us could be dead by the time this comes out.
Who knows? Who knows?
Why did you say it, Julian? Like one of us is dead. Like one of us plans.
I said one of us could be dead.
Like, ha! See,
could
guys. No, but I'm saying you said it like it was like we got you. One of us totally is dead.
I said could be.
Well. Tyrone Swift TV on YouTube, and then Tyrone_Swift on Twitter, if X, whatever the hell it is, if you want to absolutely need to go there.
You can find me on Twitter at Julian_Titus. You can find the show on Twitter at StageSelectPod. You can also find me on Blue Sky. Just search for Julian Titus. I'm on there more and more regularly. Mike, just search Mike Fallek. You'll find him. You'll find him. He's there.
But we also have a thing where soon there's going to be a movie out with Julian and Justin in it. So that'll be something people have to look for.
Oh
yeah. I remember recording that now.
Yeah. So that will be out soon. Okay. That will be out very soon.
Okay.
Yeah.
That movie's called Tense, and that will be out soon. Also, I have a different plug that I want you to find. Lawson Leong, I think it's at Lawson Comedy on like YouTube.com/@Lawson Comedy, because you do that at now. We have a reaction show podcast.
Oh, okay.
Oh, cool.
I always have to pitch that. Lawson's really funny. It's me and Caitlin, who I do stuff with. Very, very funny shit.
Okay. I will also put that in the show notes. With all the other links.
Yeah.
Thanks as always to the wonderful Megan McDuffie for providing us with our theme song and interstitial tracks. Thanks to friend of the show, John Gholson, for being our announcer and our logo. But that is going to do it for this Game of the Year edition of the Stage Select. I've been Julian Titus. He's been Justin Ham. Special thanks to Mike Fallek. We've been the Stage Select.
Come on.
Signing off.
Uh-huh.